She's not here. Just note she's not here.
Hello, today is January 13th, 2026. I am Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative and Chair of the Board. I now call this meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Good morning and Happy New Year to everyone. Welcome to those watching the live stream online and those in attendance. We have 9 members present and seated today at the board table. Member Dombrowski is with us via Zoom today. Commissioner Watson is on my immediate left, and Vice Chair Danny Zeck is next to him, with Board Attorney Mark Ferguson on my right, and Board Secretary Deborah Bremer will be on our far right over there. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Let us rise and join in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. This month, the board is busy with all kinds of things. Tonight, we will be attending the annual State of the State with the governor's address, which will be held in the Capitol and the House chambers. All legislators will be in attendance, as well as the Supreme Court justices, and the state board members as elected officials will also be attending the customary ceremony. Tomorrow morning, we have the pleasure of having breakfast with the Special Education Advisory Council and get to interact with them before our 9 a.m. meeting. That'll be on the 5th floor. We will have lunch tomorrow with the officers of the career and technical education student organizations that will be held at the docking building on the 3rd floor after we get to hear from them in the morning. With that, we're ready. We have many minutes to approve. So we have November along with the November special meeting. So we're grouping those as one. And then the December board meeting as well as the December special meeting. So, ready for a motion, if anybody? Jim, on the November minutes. Second for November. Dennis, all in favor? Okay, I got 9. I have 9. Against? Present not voting. 901. December minutes, do I have a motion? Melanie, seconding. Betty, all in favor? 9. Against? Present not voting. 901, and the December minutes are passed. And the agenda is before us. So, we will approve the agenda and then the consent agenda. So just the agenda as it stands, if I could have a motion. Melanie? Betty is the second. All in favor? 10-0. And the consent. Do we have any? Michelle? Can't hear you, Michelle.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hopkins. May I pull E and I for a separate vote, please?
Okay. E is the act to approve 3 new members to the Special Education Advisory Council, and you said aye.
I as well, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so those will be for separate vote. Any other changes to the consent? Okay, all in favor, or if I could get a motion for the consent as it stands? Jim, second. Dennis, all in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, and it passes 7-3. And then item E, can I put them together, Michelle? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, and then if I can get a motion for item E and I. Jim, second. Dennis, all approving? All in favor? There's my word. Opposed? And present not voting? Okay, so 7-1-2? Okay, okay. And Dr. Watson, welcome, sir.
Madam Chair, good morning. And again, Happy New Year to everyone. Just in case you were wondering, 30 years ago was 1996. Just let that set in for just a second, Mark. Just a second. Let that set in. 30 years. And we are now, as you know, more than halfway through the decade of the 2020s. Not the 1920s, the 2020s. So it doesn't make me feel old at all. Bailey, I'm going to let you pull up my presentation, if you don't mind, since we're sharing that. Thank you. There we go. So good to see all of you, and thank you for your service. I got to spend quite a bit of time with Kathy. Tells you where I was, right? I was out in District 5 quite a bit, started in Sublette, and then we made our way to Oakley, and then I said to her, somewhere, she'll remember exactly where, I said, hey, I think I'm going to be in Hayes, and you live in Hayes. Maybe you can come by. And that tells you how far in advance I'm thinking sometimes about my calendar. But thank you, Kathy, for joining me out there. It was a lot of fun. And it's always a pleasure to be with our friends in Western Kansas, because they're always so grateful that you make the trip out to see them. So I'm going to spend some time today on the vision. And I'm going to go old school, because I just told you 30 years ago was 1996. I'm even going to go older school than that. All right, but I'm going to talk about this vision as it relates to the work that we do and the work that schools do. And then really talk about someone that was influential in my leadership thoughts and for probably many of you around the table. His name is Stephen Covey. I don't know if you remember Stephen Covey. He's deceased now. But Stephen Covey was an author. And in 1989, he produced a book that sold almost 70 million copies called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. This is an updated copy of that, but this is not the original cover of that. You can see his son, Sean, actually wrote a foreword for this, but that's a lot of books. And again, late 1980s. In 1994, he followed up that book by taking one of those habits and expounding upon that, called First Things First, of where he quotes a famous Kansan and also uses what has been known as the Eisenhower matrix of where to put your priorities. And really, I think for a new generation, kind of brought, we didn't know about the Eisenhower matrix of, what's urgent, what's important, those type of things. What you may know, if you don't remember those two books, like I do, is that in 2008, just shortly before he passed away, he said, I think we can do this in schools. I think we ought to have a student version. And 73 school districts currently use Leader in Me as part of their leadership development. In fact, Alma-Wabunsie, I believe, was the first school district in Kansas to adopt that. So I'm not here to endorse that one way or the other, but just know he's played a big role in the development not only of leadership, but but also in schools throughout Kansas. So this is a look back. This is first 7 habits of highly effective people. So habit 1, be proactive. Habit 2, begin with the end in mind. Habit 3, put first things first, which he again expounds in a further book. Think win-win. Seek first to understand, then be understood. Synergize and sharpen the saw. Those still resonate today in the work, and I'm really thinking about putting first things first, prioritizing what is it that your priority is. So I was going to break out the video from about 1995, but I didn't today and make you watch that, of Stephen Covey in a big presentation where he does what he calls the big and little rocks. Are you familiar with this? Because I'm going to just describe it. Again, 30 years old, right? More than 30 years old. But what Covey talks about is time is all of our issue. Even though we have 24 hours, 8 of that may be sleeping, or whatever we have awake, how do we prioritize time? And Covey would say all of us in our personal life and in our professional life prioritize what we believe to be important. He calls those the big rocks. But he says we rarely act as if that's our priorities, because we generally act on all these other things that come at us that he sometimes calls urgent but not important, urgent but is important, and those tend to dictate and take away. That if our faith is important, are we putting that first, as an example, in our private life? So on the left, you can see that Covey would argue, if you just go into your day and not think about the big rocks, personally and professionally, and you let everything fill it up, I don't know about you, does your day get filled up with things that you go, what did I do today? I was really busy, but what did I do today? Because then you think about the big rocks, and there's nowhere to put the big rocks because you've run out of time. So Covey would argue, start with the end in mind, prioritize and put the big rocks in first, and then as other things come in, you can still fit them in, but they're fit in within a priority system. And that's instructive, I think, even over 30 years from now, as we think about our work, what is important in our work, and what is important in schoolwork. And so this is the takeaway. The big rocks don't go in first. They aren't going to fit in later. If the priorities that you want to have aren't done first, so if you don't think about that every morning, by the way, if you think about this, some of you may remember the Franklin planners that are now Franklin Covey, because those two organizations merged, were on paper. But almost every planner kind of organized around Stephen Covey's themes, right? What are your big ideas? What are the big things? What should you do? If you've followed me very long at all, Mr. Porter, you'll recognize this slide, because this is how I always frame it with schools. It's not that we're not working hard. These lumberjacks are working really hard. The question you have to ask is, should they be cutting down those trees? Are they in the right forest? I call it in the right. It's the same principle, right? Are we doing the work that is important? So as we think about your work and we think about school work, it's really easy to get caught up in the urgent, because the urgent happens whether we want to or not. It happens with a phone call. It happens with someone texting you. And that urgent could be important, right? It could be a family member that needs you right now. That would be important. But oftentimes, they're not important to the priorities that you have laid out or that schools have laid out, but they're demanding of our time. And so as we think back to this, and we think about to your agenda today, just think about this as we think about some of these things. So we're going to lead the world. That's obviously talking about we need to set some high standards. We need to set some high metrics for this success of each child. So, Danny, you said you got to go congratulate some Horizon Award winners, and thank you for doing that. If we walked in to a typical Kansas classroom right now in third grade, there'd be 18 students. That's the average across the state, okay? Some places are going to be more and some are going to be less. You know that. 18 students. Each one of those has a different story in that third grade class. And that's where our rub gets, right? is that each student deserves the quality education that you want to give them, that their parents want them to have. But where the system may go out of whack for any third grade classroom is if there are competing interests within what each of those students want. That's what makes the work so difficult. It's not that it's not right or wrong, it just makes it difficult because we're trying to attune to each student and we're trying to do the priorities that will help them be successful. And there's lots of those. Think about the sand. If you remember the Covey jar, it actually goes, big rocks, then little rocks, gravel, and then there was sand, and then there was water, right? And the water represented the urgent but not even important. And you go back to this third grade class and say, what is important today? We're in mid-January. What's important? Academics, the rigor of those academics, especially in literacy and mathematics, soon to be followed by science and social studies and reading to learn. But if we can get those things right, the trajectory for young people when they get older dramatically open. They don't change, they just open the opportunities. There's more opportunities. But there's a lot of demands on time and what's going on in that classroom. Behaviors. You're going to get to talk this morning about what happens when bad behaviors go on. All right? Now, if you're the parent of someone who's doing bad behaviors, that never happened, Connie, in my household. My mom never had to deal with maybe me misbehaving. That's tongue in cheek. She did have to deal sometimes with. But she was fiercely in Randy's court. All right? Now, in that generation, you could be fiercely in your kid's court, but you never sided with your kid. Okay, so I was I can remember being in trouble and thinking, the only thought I ever had, I just hope my mom doesn't find out because I'm dead. Like I'm going to be dead. She won't even listen to what I think is reason, right? But she was always in my court, deeply still in my court, because I was her only son. She had a daughter, but her only son, right? That's way it should be. But there's 18 of those in that third grade classroom, and we're trying to think before we pour the water and the sand and the little rocks, we got to get the big things in first. Now, if we get those big things in first, we can start taking care of some of the other things. But if we don't ever do that, then we get absorbed with all the other things that are happening. And in an elementary school right now, Dr. New, early in the morning, even at 10:20, but early in the morning, go into an elementary school about the time buses are letting kids out and kids are coming to school, and that is a zoo in the front office, right? They got people calling, my kid's sick, they got bus, running late, I got to let it, we have a substitute teacher didn't show up. I mean, they're navigating all the complexities of just running the school. And so as we think about this work, we have to help make sure that we are grounded in our priorities, which you have said in your board goals. Quality school improvement, that includes literacy, quality leadership development, policy, regulation, and alignment to those other two priorities. Always starting with that. When Danny and Kathy and I plan the agenda, we start with that in mind. Not that we don't do other things, but we start with that in mind because what we still must ensure that the major things that are going to help kids be successful happen first, and then the auxiliary things that are going to help kids be successful. Let me give you one. Research would show that good recess in elementary school helps students learn. There's good research on that. But if you only do research, you won't read very well. I mean, recess. Like we just do recess all day. No. It's appropriate if we're doing really good academic rigor to give appropriate breaks throughout the day to allow kids to get active, right? But you can't start with recess. You have to start with the big rocks because recess is an important little rock that comes in later. And so I just use that as an example. And the same thing as you're thinking about some things weighing on your mind around this agenda today, because you're going to have discussions and debates, around what is the success of each child and how should I think about that as we vote on whatever the topic is. Again, really early this morning, you're going to hear from Great Bend, Kansas, and some remarkable work that they're doing to ensure two things: that the kid in a regular classroom isn't disrupted, and that the kid that maybe is disrupting is getting a quality education, has the opportunity to rejoin that. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work just to do those couple of things. But that's what's so important. So I was going old school, Stephen Covey today, just resonated that those values, in fact, he takes us back to Eisenhower, right? That those values are still true and still resonate. And we're trying to enact those on your behalf. Again, I want to emphasize to you, we have an opening for the superintendent of the Kansas School for the Deaf. You're going to hear later on today some recommendations that come from parents about some things they'd like to see changed at the School for the Deaf, and we are committed to doing those. Just want that to be known. I know you're committed to doing those. But as we're going to be transitioning to a new superintendent. I want to thank Michelle, who's with us virtually today, and Beryl, and Melanie, who volunteered to help us on that interview team. They'll be a part of that, and I hope by the time we get to spring, if everything goes well, we will have interviewed people and be able to bring you a candidate. But we will keep you apprised as to how that goes. Right now, we're in the advertising phase. You kind of know that. You're looking for a commissioner, too. That's the phase that we're in. And then we'll be collecting applications and then going to getting input from the community of the deaf, parents from the deaf that are at the school, and, of course, all of you. So, Madam Chair, I hope to give you back just a little bit more time today, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We have any comments before the commissioner takes his seat? Nope. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Busy. Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is our Citizens Open Forum. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:22 a.m. by my computer. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. I can never say that word. We also ask that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics and not on individual people. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Board Attorney beside me, Mark, will be keeping the time, and that timer will go off to help. Any board questions will be for clarification only. Our first speaker is going to be Steve Roberts, followed by Jason Gillespie. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see some old friends, colleagues. I'm going to go old school. Recommend a book, more than 30 years old, almost 40 years old. If you're familiar with Thomas Sowell, very popular in libertarian circles. I was actually a libertarian for a few election cycles. I'm back to being on one of the two major teams in American politics. I had the privilege of addressing my local board last night, Blue Valley, USD 229, and I recommended this book because it's over my head. This gentleman, Thomas Sowell, decided that the origin of ideological political struggles comes from whether or not you are constrained or unconstrained. He talks about economics, which he's really famous for. I think his best-selling book, about yay thick, is called Basic Economics. Wonderful book. I keep it by my bedside. Thomas Sowell's the author. And there's not a chart. There's not a table. there's not a graph in the whole book. It's just prose with things like some people want to differentiate prices and wages when they're subject to the very same forces. Wages are prices for labor. He's a very a deep individual, and I can't begin to express how deep that knife cuts. I go to church with some people who believe that people are basically good. I go to the same church with people who believe people are basically bad. And in each camp, there are people who are constrained and unconstrained. It gets pretty deep. So I'm here to recommend this book, also to acknowledge publicly that I'm running for this board again. And as Randy suggests, there's plenty of work to do. There's lots of work to do. And when we come together on a vision, that work generally is more effective. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just buried my cards. Okay. Next up is Jason Gillespie, and he will be followed by Lori Cope.
Hi, my name is Jason Gillespie. I am the father of Ethan Gillespie, a kindergarten student at Meadowlark
Sir,
Elementary.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you come close to the microphone?
Meadowlark Elementary at USD 250.
Thank
Ethan has level 3 autism and has received ABA therapy for more than 3 years from a nonprofit organization, which has allowed him to make progress socially, behaviorally, and academically. Because of ABA, he entered kindergarten meeting the academic expectations for his age. Before the school year began, our district denied allowing Ethan's ABA provider into the classroom. Those denials continued through the fall despite medical documentation and despite the provider being willing to enter an MOU providing guidelines for operating in the school. In the prior written notice from our IEP meeting, the district stated the request was denied solely because there was no MOU in place. At the same time, the superintendent has refused multiple attempts to even discuss an MOU. As a result, Ethan started school without the support that had kept him regulated and learning while attending preschool at a local college. Now, months later, the district is starting a functional behavior assessment because behaviors have surfaced. Those behaviors were previously well managed with ABA, and that matters. The absence of ABA did not improve the classroom environment. It made things harder for Ethan, harder for his teacher, and harder for his peers. I want to address some concerns I've heard raised about ABA in the classroom. This is not a medical experiment. ABA is the most studied and evidence-based intervention for autism. My son is already in the classroom with a paraprofessional, and the role of an ABA therapist is not to teach, not to change curriculum, not to disrupt the classroom. Their role is to help the students stay regulated, follow classroom expectations, and reduce behaviors that interfere with learning. ABA support reduces disruption. It does not increase it. This is not about who employs the therapist. Schools already work with outside providers every day. Districts contract with mental health and telespeech providers who are not district employees. I also would be clear this is not about forcing schools to change classrooms. It's about providing reasonable accommodations so students with disabilities can participate in them. My son is not asking for the classroom to change for him. He's asking for the support that allows him to function within it. Right now, Kansas has no clear statewide guidance on the issue. It leaves families at the mercy of district by district policies, and children with the same diagnosis and medical needs are treated differently depending on where they live, and that's not equity. I'm asking for the board to approve this guidance being proposed. The guidance does not mandate ABA or override IEP teams. It makes clear that districts must individually evaluate medically necessary ABA and make a reasonable accommodation under federal disability law, rather than outright denying it. If a student who uses a wheelchair needed a ramp to access a building, no one would debate whether that accommodation was necessary. The ramp would be installed because access matters. My son also has a disability. ABA is the support that allows him to access his education. Clear statewide guidance along with an MOU from the district is the ramp that makes that access possible. I'm asking you to approve this guidance so that students like Ethan can access their education with dignity and ensure that federal disability law is followed. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you.
I also have copies of this up here as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Next will be Lori Cope and then Erica Sheets. Did I pronounce your last name right, Lori?
You did.
Okay, good. I tried to pay attention, yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Lori Cope. I'm an attorney with the Kansas Association of School Boards, and I appreciate your time this morning. We appreciate your dedication, support of public education in Kansas. As you know, the Kansas Association of School Boards is a nonprofit service organization built on the abiding belief in Kansas public schools. This includes advocating for the specialized education of students with disabilities. We understand that the purpose of the proposed guidance regarding ABA therapy in schools is to be a reminder to districts of the law in respect to students with disabilities. Our concern is that the proposed guidance, as currently written, may cause unneeded confusion in a complex and robust area of the law and may lead to unintended consequences. I want to be clear that our concerns regarding this proposed guidance has nothing to do with whether or not we believe ABA therapy is good. We believe it can be very beneficial for certain students. We understand that there need to be case-by-case determinations for how students receive services in school. Our concern is that the proposed guidance fails to address the role of IDEA and the IEP process when examining these case-by-case basis. The second thing that we are concerned about is how either a misstatement or oversimplification of ADA and Section 504 standards. We recognize the interplay between IDEA, Section 504, and ADA is complex and difficult to explain in plain terms, which is why it's even more important for any proposed guidance to be well planned and vetted by all stakeholders, especially those in the field, to ensure clarity and workability. KASB respectfully urges the board to postpone adoption of the guidance until these issues can be fully addressed. And we remain willing to partner in examining the issues that the guidance is intended to address to ensure that it is clear and that we're following the robust area of the law. We are happy to partner in any way and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Erica Sheets, and she'll be followed by Nancy Moneymaker.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you for having me speak. My name's Erica Sheets. I am a Kansas parent. We've lived here 15 years, and we have 2 special needs children who have now been all the way through the K through 12 process here in Kansas in special education. And I do also chair the local chapter of Moms for Liberty. And so I am speaking really on behalf of both, but I'm sharing what I've learned over the last 20 years about ABA therapy. This board is not suggesting that local districts aren't following the ABA guidance law, so there should not be a vote on this guidance today. Providing ABA therapy in public schools is inherently problematic because it is therapy, not education. ABA stands for Advanced Behavior Analysis. This is a medical therapeutic service. It is not experimental, but it is also not education. It is not an educational method of teaching. For the autism spectrum child, ABA has the potential to be a valuable medical intervention when delivered properly. In public schools, however, ABA is problematic for the general education students, the teachers, parental rights, and even for the special ed students themselves. It is impossible, for example, to follow the BA-CB ethics requirement for HIPAA privacy compliance for both the special ed students in therapy and the general ed students in the area. This therapy is highly personal, customized work that does not belong in a viewing fishbowl for good reason, hence the Professional Ethics Board requirement. With all due respect to my other special needs parent in the room, wheelchair ramps do not collect data on people. Data collection and control of the therapy environment are fundamental to conducting proper ABA therapy, which sidelines the general ed teacher in their own classroom, as well as subjecting general education students to therapy and data collection their parents have not permitted. Unlike general ed students, learning for the autism spectrum child is not a linear, predictable process. But the difficulty and disruption degree and frequency for autism children is much, much higher, which adds to an already challenging setting. Local schools are legally required to provide special education services, but the key word here is education. The law does not say that schools must provide medical or therapeutic or other non-education services that affect the ability of the special education to learn. And the student's whole life will affect their ability to learn. Schools cannot and should not try to control every aspect of a student's life on the premise that it affects their ability to learn. And I'll stop there. I'm available for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Nancy Moneymaker, who will be followed by Kylie Stewart.
Hello, Nancy Moneymaker. I'm here for myself, but I'm going to piggyback on what Erica said. And we now have 10 years of data showing schools attempt to treat the whole child instead of focusing on education is at best misguided. After 10 years of Kansas schools attempting to diagnose and treat the many conditions which affect a student's ability to learn, the results of this approach are clear. Kansas academic performance levels have declined dramatically. Over 68% are below effective level in math and over 66% below effective level in ELA, regardless of the song and dance about what at your own levels mean what. Higher education confirms that 40 to 60% of incoming freshmen require remedial reading and math, and that's of those accepted to college. Student mental health distress is way up. Difficult behavior in the classroom is now the #1 reason teachers leave the profession. Kansas public school enrollment has dropped 2.9% in just the last 5 years, all while Kansas taxpayers invest the very high amount of about $19,000 per student per year. Parents have noticed this approach doesn't work. Lastly, this ABA approach is yet another angle to expand vast Medicaid funds into local schools with the ultimate goal of providing taxpayer-funded full medical services. Such a move would create more conditions for fraud, waste, and the usurpation of parental rights. Schools are leaving thousands of students behind in their foundational responsibility of teaching academics. Schools are failing in their lane. Parents who are able can and do leave public schools at an alarming rate with no sign of slowing down, leaving medical and therapy services where they belong in the medical field and focus school resources on actually teaching kids, Kansas students, to read, to write, to learn math, science, and history. Please ponder these facts when voting on medical therapy in school settings. And as she mentioned before, as for ABA therapy guidance, this board is not suggesting that the local districts aren't already following the law. So I don't know why there's a vote on their guidance today. So thank you, and Erica is available for questions, and so am I. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kylie Stewart, and she'll be followed by Sharon Knutson.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kylie Stewart. I'm a professor in special education at Pittsburgh State University, but my most important role is that of mom. I'm a mom of 3, and my oldest has been at the School for the Deaf for the last 13 years. And so I'm here in my role as a parent on the task force. Just wanted to share with you some of what we have been working on. The KSD community and school are critically important to my family and the students in our community. While I'm very concerned about the academic progress, IEP compliance that's occurring at the School for the Deaf, I really wanted to focus on the big rocks, like Dr. Watson said today, and that's the teacher shortage at KSD. This semester, for example, my daughter Josie has 1 teacher out of the 4 who are actually licensed, that are not on emergency substitute licenses, that are paraprofessionals being moved into the classroom. part of the work I do for Pitt State is I write the KSDE teacher attrition study every year. So I'm very familiar with the shortages that we have in special education, big picture, what that looks like in the state. I would encourage you to read that report if you ever have trouble sleeping at night. There's a lot of numbers in it. But it does give us some good data on what's happening in the state. And KSD is not unique in their shortage, but they are unique in their licensure requirements for having that license for the teacher of the deaf. And what I have seen in my experience as a faculty member is that districts that are successful addressing these shortages are really doing three things. They're providing tuition dollars for licensure in those hard-to-fill classrooms. They're thinking outside the box in terms of how to get a paraprofessional that's been successful in the district into the classroom as a teacher of record. How do we get them back to school and support them? And they also work really closely with the licensure office here at KSDE to identify those barriers that they have with license. And from my experience, the licensure office here is extremely helpful and knowledgeable to those school districts when they reach out. So what we would like to do today, we have provided the parent recommendations that the parents made to the task force, as well as the administration recommendations. We ask that you adopt recommendation number 4. One of the things we were tasked with was to identify actionable opportunities that are going to improve student outcomes. I strongly believe this is one. Having the KSD licensure, School for the Deaf Administrators, and teacher ed programs in the state create a teacher of the deaf licensure option that does not exist right now. And also look at the tuition funding mechanism within the TASN grants for teachers of the deaf so that we can provide tuition funding for those paras and teachers that want to come back and receive licensure. I really thank you for your time, and I thank the board members who served on the task force. We greatly appreciate the time they put into it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we might have a clarifying question, Mr. Porter?
Are you going to be here when the presentation is made?
Yes, I'd be glad to stay and answer questions.
I do have some questions about parental perspective, but I'll just wait until that presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
And next is Sharon Knutson, followed by Zach Wentz.
I'm Sharon Knutson. You've all seen me before, another parent from Kansas School for the Deaf. We are asking that when you look at the recommendations that you're approving for the task force, that you not only include the keywords that were given in the summary by the Department of Ed, but also consider including the recommendations made by school administration and the individual recommendations made by parents, and those were passed out earlier. So I'd like to tag team with Kylie on what she was talking about with our shortage of teachers in Kansas. And this is a serious condition. We at the moment are advertising, well, we're not even advertising. We have 10 open teaching positions at Kansas School for the Deaf next year. Besides our superintendent, we also have secondary principal position open, a secondary English language arts position open, a secondary English language arts teacher, secondary ASL and deaf studies teacher, secondary social studies teacher, early childhood teacher, K-STAR teacher, academic support coach, elementary reading resource teacher, and secondary reading resource teacher. Of those 10 open positions, only 6 of them are actually listed on our school website. Only one, the superintendent position, is listed on the Educate Kansas website. What we're doing to fill our positions at the moment at KSD is not working well. And so we're asking that the board encourage a more proactive approach for seeking to fill these positions. We need someone who will reach out to training institutions involved in deaf education, as well as other schools for the deaf, and seek out candidates to apply for these positions. So with that in mind, I made the phone calls for all of you to get the information of how to do this. Mm-hmm. So I spoke with Julie Jamison Bowers of the TASN Project, as well as with Chris Zadel at the Educating Kansas Project. And both of them recommended that we get a person to call, to hunt down people and encourage them to apply for these positions. So with that in mind, I made lots more phone calls and I came up with a name. I really suggest that we ask this person to act on behalf of the task force, the committee that's looking for a superintendent, on the behalf of the school, to call and invite people to apply for these positions, and that person is Larry Finn. So Larry Finn taught at KSD for 20 years. He's currently a professor at KU teaching ASL. He's well respected in the ASL deaf community. He's very well liked by his coworkers at KSD, and he's very well appreciated by students at KSD. He's also semi-retired and has a bit more time. And Larry Finn, I called him, says he would be happy to do this if asked to do so. So I'm asking that the board ask Randy Watson to call Larry Finn and ask him to make phone calls, because we need teachers.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zach Wentz, who will be followed by Nick Compagnon.
Hello, my name is Zach Wentz, and I am the parent of a student at the Kansas School for the Deaf. I continue to support the immense value of KSD for the education of deaf students through direct instruction in American Sign Language. Direct ASL instruction is irreplaceable and foundational to students' cognitive and language development. After participating on the task force for school improvement at KSD, I would like to offer my perspective as a search begins for a new superintendent. I believe the top qualifications for this challenging role are strong organizational administration and the ability to act as a change agent with a clear focus on literacy. I do not believe that deafness should be a qualification standard for this role. Many in the deaf community see KSD as a cultural institution, a place where the deaf congregate, socialize, and find employment. KSD is, in a sense, their school. KSD, however, is fundamentally an educational institution. It is also not accurately a school only for the deaf. It serves students who, through an IEP, are determined to benefit from direct ASL instruction, including students with cochlear implants and students who are hard of hearing and nonverbal. KSD should be focused on preparing students to be successful in a hearing world. The critical bridge between the ASL-using deaf community and the spoken English hearing community is written English. Literacy. Teaching students to read and write in English must be the school's central academic focus. The board's decision on a new superintendent is critical. You are all very busy, and, excuse me, I lost my place. And you will rely on this person almost exclusively to drive success. You need a leader who can understand and respect deaf culture while engaging clearly, strategically, and effectively with this board, to drive academic outcomes and to work to overturn and correct what have become the existing standards. This does not require or preclude deafness. In fact, a champion for deaf culture who is not also able to effectively engage with the hearing world risks distracting from the school's academic mission. KSD does not need a superintendent who replicates strengths that are already present. The gap is effective administration, strategic leadership, and organizational accountability. Someone who can ask hard questions, make fresh observations, and lead change. Finally, if a strong candidate cannot be identified quickly, I do not believe adequate interim leadership would be found among existing KSD staff. A capable organizational leader from outside the system would provide stronger interim leadership than continuing KSD norms. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Nick Compagnon. Hopefully I'm saying that right. And then Debbie Potter. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nick Compagnon, and this morning I'm representing CARES, the Kansas Association of Independent and Religious Schools. And I wanted to invite you as board members to our annual meeting, which will be on February 9th and 10th. We left you an agenda of some of the topics which parallel a lot of the topics that you struggle with here as a board. And then we, in the evening at 5:30, there's a banquet. And that banquet, we have 6 nominees that were of educators that we're honoring across the state of Kansas. We represent 80% of the private schools in the state with 33,000 students. So we will be announcing that later this week, and I will send that to Deborah. You may want to join us and your constituents because there's a wide portion of the state that is being represented. Come to the sessions if you want to. Just walk in, pick and choose whatever you want. And the next morning, we're at the Ramada in downtown. We usually have a breakfast. Most building administrators attend that breakfast, and we invite the board. We just have an informal conversation of the educational landscape in private schools. So we look forward to having you. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that invitation every year. And next, Board Member Debbie Potter has asked to speak.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to highlight, hang on, let me find it because I was not prepared for that. Board policy states that board members are not to share their opinions during public forum. It does not explicitly say that board members are not allowed to speak at public forum. However, in the entirety of my time on this board, 5 years total, the only member who's ever had the podium has been Ms. Porter. I'm not sure that Potter. I'm not sure that this is appropriate. I would look a little bit to our board attorney with the interpretation of policy, but it does say that board members are not to share their opinions during public forum.
Can you point that out?
Yes, it's in section 1006.
And I'm not responding to any of the speakers today. So, good morning, and for the record, my name is Debbie Potter, and I am an elected member of this board representing District 10.
Just a moment, we've had a question of policy. If you'll give me just a moment.
I am a citizen. This is open forum.
You're also a board member, so just a moment, please. So what you're saying, Melanie, is that number 6 outlines the board members' part of public forum.
It says board members should only ask clarifying questions without expressing an opinion. But if a board member is speaking during the public forum, then that is an opinion.
Do you have any thoughts?
What's the designated topic that is on the card?
The packet.
Is the packet.
Mm-hmm. It has nothing to do with any comments that have been made. I'm not addressing any comments that have been made.
Well, if you're asking for my opinion on this, I think a board member using public forum or citizens open forum for a personal opportunity to discuss some item of a personal nature or even a board agenda item is not really the purpose or the letter of the policy 1012 and because it talks about the general public to provide input on educational issues in the state of Kansas to the board. However, I have a very broad interpretation of the citizens open forum, and I'll share with others that I've been asked about this, and I don't think it's really appropriate. I don't think it fits the letter or spirit of the policy, but my bottom line advice is to grin and bear it, because 3 minutes is I don't think it's worth drawing a legal challenge to that particular issue. I think if the board wants to modify further its policies to make that clear, then it's certainly within your authority to do so. I think you could make that determination, because this is outside the norm. But I don't think it's. We've got other big rocks, and I think setting aside 3 minutes for the board member to address that on an occasional basis, if it becomes a routine practice, then maybe you ought to address it.
Getting close to the routine, aren't we? Okay. All right, we'll start the timer.
Good morning. For the record, my name is
Just a
Debbie
moment,
Potter.
we're going to start the timer. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Debbie Potter, and I'm an elected member of this board representing District 10. I appreciate the opportunity today to use my allotted 3 minutes of public comment time to discuss 2 critical matters. As these matters are substantial, my complete testimony along with multiple exhibits will be submitted in writing for the record. And I first would like to address a recent public records request on December 14, 2025. Katie Vandergren made a public record request. In her request, bullet point 4 states that she would like, quote, all written communications, including emails, letters, and text messages concerning the hand-delivered letter to board member Debbie Potter by legal counsel Mark A. Ferguson, dated November 18, 2025. The date range she was requesting spanned from July 1, 2025 to December, and bullet point 5 states, quote, all written communications, including emails, letters, and text messages, in which board member Debbie Potter was mentioned between Kathy Hopkins and Mark A. Ferguson, dated between July 1, 2025 and December 12, 2025. On December 22, 2025, Mark A. Ferguson responds to the public records request, quote, all written communications by and between legal counsel and the board or other authorized individuals are protected from disclosure as they constitute confidential attorney-client privilege communication. As Mark A. Ferguson has declared, all communication, emphasis by and between legal counsel and board or other authorized individuals are protected under attorney-client privilege, then I, board member Debbie Potter, demand to see all communications by and between legal counsel and other authorized individuals, as I am part of the board, and should be privy to anything that is claimed as attorney-client. I further demand that I receive these communications immediately and would like to caution attorney Mark A. Ferguson not to keep pertinent information from his client. In the exhibits, I have included Katie Vandergren's complete public records request and Mark A. Ferguson's response. Please note the time span of Ms. Vandergren's request on December 12 and Mr. Ferguson's response on December 22 is a total of 10 days, including 6 business days. This means that Mark A. Ferguson, as self-proclaimed Cora expert, has failed to meet the statutory public records timeline in accordance with KSA 45-218, where the agency must respond to a records request no later than the end of the 3rd business day. And if access or copies are not granted in the 3-day time frame, the public agency must give a detailed explanation for the delay. Please note that this is an example of the incompetence as an attorney for this board, misleading both the board and the public with his claimed expertise and acting in bad faith while responding to members of the public. The second matter I would like to address is the resignation of Mark Ferguson for the reasons of conflict of interest for the violation of Kansas rules of professional conduct. I understand you are subject to that.
Point of order, I believe that your instructions were not that there could be no personal comments. I believe that has been violated, and I would like the board to take some action otherwise.
And
You may
this is
sit.
between you and me.
Your time is up. You may sit down. Thank you.
Are you going to be subject to that?
Your time is up. Thank you. The State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:57 a.m. We would like to thank our speakers for taking the time to come and share your thoughts and ideas with us. Thank you. Okay. We have up on our agenda the action for Kansas School for the Deaf Task Force recommendations with Lisa Carney. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Commissioner. I am going to try this PowerPoint again, and now I know it's the spacebar. So I was here in December, and now I'm back in January. And so I'm just going to put up the 6 recommendations that we have for the task force, just as a reminder about what they are. And so the first one being reading and math, the second one being the KSDE strategic plan. Then we have transition goals and focus, teacher pipeline and retention, which Kylie was talking about, KSDE role, and establishing this established standing parent advisory council, which we had talked earlier in December when Dr. Watson pointed out about the site council, having the site council, and I think that one's the one that takes care of that. So,
could I get you to speak a little more into the
I'm sorry.
microphone? You might pull it up. It might help you.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
We're struggling to hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, Michelle, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure, we had talked about, spent a lot of time on this task force, including the parents and all of those who served from the board on that. I just want to make sure that the 24 recommendations that the parents are very hard on with staff are also were handed out, or at least on record, because they're very, very, very specific, and I don't want those to get lost with new superintendent coming in. I'm now the liaison, and I would be able to follow up on those things because I do have those in my possession. I just want to make sure that the rest of the board has those as well, and those were either handed out or given through our secretary today.
Yeah, we do have them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If the board takes action on this today, then I'll start working with the current administration, start to bring you back on a regular basis, addressing the concerns of the task force, so that they're, for example, establishing a standing parent advisory council. If you approve that today, that can be done immediately. It's something that doesn't have to wait. So we'd put together a timeline, and we'd start to bring those back each month to you to start to move on these recommendations, if that's your desire.
Melanie?
I appreciate those comments from the commissioner just now, and I would love if we could put a date in writing by which time that would be established, should the board choose to go in that direction.
So do you want that added into the motion, or what are you thinking? To make sure I'm clear.
I think it would be appropriate to add it to the motion. Obviously, there are some moving pieces there where parents have to be named. We have to have a full list. But I think that I've heard from a lot of parents, handful of emails, and just concerns about making sure that we have a timeline in place that we can deliver on.
Do you have a recommendation on that timeline?
At this moment, I do not.
So I'm gonna, since I've gone old school the whole morning, let's go really old school to a location not too far from here, Monroe School, that was under desegregation orders and under something called Brown versus Board of Education. It said, with all deliberate speed.
Yeah.
What I will bring back to you literally are things that can be happen between now and the next month, which will already have taken place. And then we will lay out in as quickly as we can to accomplish every one of those recommendations. Some of that may have to wait because of the transition, but most of these do not have to wait. They can be accomplished very quickly.
I'm getting a head nod from Kylie. Do we want to bring her up here? And I think, Jim, I think you had some comments or questions you had, so.
Thank you. Callie and I have never met, but we have talked, and I've been a colleague of her father for decades. And we had this discussion, and I don't even know the appropriate place, but I know I asked you about your expectations for your child, and there seems to be some, at least different perspectives depending on who you are. Would you tell us about what your goals are? Because I think that's important. That's a perspective that we need to know. And the other parents were here. I would maybe like to have, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, if they would kind of tell us, what they see. I asked you the other day, what do you expect when she's 30? We can take the 30 out of it, but as moving forward, what would you like to see, and how do we make sure that the Kansas School for the Deaf helps accomplish that goal?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. I have to say, I have the luxury of growing up with a brother with an intellectual disability that was in the first graduating class of inclusion in USD 250. And he just celebrated his 25th year working at Walmart. And you talk about a guy that's got purpose. He has purpose because he has a job and he's a member of his community. So for Josie, that is my wish. Whether that looks like volunteering, and that may be a capacity that she is contributing in. She's volunteering and serving in her community. But when she finishes high school, she has the skills to be able to go in to some kind of setting where she's working, she's serving, she's volunteering. She's as independent as she can be. That is my goal for her. So it's not necessarily for me about reading level or solving 23 times 9 or doing long division, which I'm doing with my 4th grader right now at home. It's about how does she have the skill set to have that purpose for her. And that goes to the transition goals and focus, and that it's individualized to her, that her teachers see her as Josie. These are her strengths, and we're going to build on these strengths with Josie through her IEP.
Thank you. And would any of the other parents be willing to express their goals?
Or to maybe say this makes, that's where you're standing, or is that kind of?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate that. I know this is unique. Independence, I think, is definitely a common theme for me as well. One of the things for my son, Raymond, he was adopted from the Philippines. We had him home at age 5. He had no language. And he, it was the decision, do you do cochlear? Do you teach him sign language? He picked up signing like that. He was so thirsty for a connection. And so he picked up sign, and he's been picking up sign so quickly, so fast. So he has language. And that's just where I think KSD stops there. You hear so much, and it's so important, it's so true. Direct ASL instruction, so critical. Giving them a language, because that's the building block for literacy. But it just feels as though we stop at ASL. ASL is the culture. The language is the culture, but we stop with ASL. And I'm just wondering, how do we pull them forward into literacy, reading and writing? So the school, you go and you read the reports, 100% graduation rate. But the kids graduate and they're illiterate. You go and you walk into a high school classroom. I had another boy in our home for a period of time who was at the high school, and he was in a history class. And he would come home. He wanted to learn. What did you do today? Well, they watched videos on TikTok, and they did. Well, why? So we asked the teacher, parent-teacher conference, why is this happening? Well, the kids can't read, so I can't do much with them. So that literacy is just such a central point. But that's just the goal, right? What we discovered during the task force are all of the hurdles preventing us from getting to that goal, and it feels as though the ship is slightly rudderless. And there are so many things that don't require an academic background, don't require building licensure, go down the list, all of these things that we don't need that. We know that licensing isn't clear. We had the gentleman, he was very knowledgeable, but I walked away and I still can't clearly understand what's needed. There are lots of hurdles there, so it's just, there's a lot in the way. It's a very clear, simple goal. There's just a lot in the way. We need somebody to come in and kind of strong arm their way through it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just wanted, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I've often stood here representing parents as a whole. And so I would like to point out, what is the future of 4 little girls that started in the ECC with my daughter at age 3? These 4 little girls have no complication other than being deaf. And these 4 little girls have been with my daughter all the way through elementary and now in middle school, and they go to Bible club with her. And I have watched these 4 talented children who all come from multi-generational deaf families, and they communicate so beautifully, and they are so talented, and they have so many things happening in their lives. And they're being limited at the moment by a teacher shortage. Those 4 little girls could do amazing things in life. I think of Ava Plummer, and I'm like, wow, that's one of those kids you smile every time you see her. She just has energy for life, and she needs more teachers. She shouldn't be in a situation where there's 22 kids in a social studies room, and we don't have another social studies teacher, so we couldn't divide it out. So they're all together. Her father, who's a climatologist, is concerned that she's not getting basic American history the way he did when he was a student at KSD. So not just our individual children, but we have lots of individual children with special futures ahead of them, and we need an education to prepare them for that.
Thank you.
And I apologize, Madam Chair. I know we're significantly behind, but I thought that was a perspective we needed to hear.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, did we decide if we want to include an actual time frame? Or we,
Madam Chair, again, I think you ought to take action. We can't do anything as a staff until you take action to direct us to do that.
Right.
So if you take action today on these recommendations along with the subset that you have in front of you, I will bring back to you some things that have been already accomplished in the first 30 days and then a timeline for how to do that. And then you can discuss, Randy, speed it up, slow it down, what are the issues?
so first step today.
Yes.
And then we'll stay in it.
Because we don't know what to do yet until you tell us how
Okay.
to move.
Okay, makes sense. Any other comments before we take it to a vote? Betty, did you have?
Yeah, I was asking about suspending the rules, if that was
Oh, we don't have to
necessary.
suspend.
We
It's an
don't
action
have to?
item. Yeah.
Okay.
Nope. If you
Okay.
want to, whoever's ready to make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Watson, are you saying that a lot of these things can be happening within this month? We don't have to wait until February to yet come back and then have a timeline. Things can be, once we make these recommendations that that the task force had and then the parents have, we can go immediately as a liaison. You and I can meet, or we can go over this stuff with KSD. Correct?
Absolutely,
We don't have to.
Michelle. I'll just give you one example, as I mentioned. Establish a standing parent advisory council. If you approve that today, that will be in place before you meet next month.
Okay.
I mean, that's just an
Thank
example.
you.
And
Okay,
an
thank you.
expectation a meeting will be announced, and if not taken place, will be taking place about the time that you meet. So that's just an example of what can be done now. And then, there's some timelines on some of these things here that I'll certainly look at, see if we can't move on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So then another qualifying question was, you were wanting a date added
Yep.
to the,
Yep.
so that's not necessary?
Nope.
Then, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm prepared to go ahead and make the motion.
Go for it.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the recommendations of the Kansas School for the Deaf Task Force as presented.
Okay, do I have a second? Barrow? All in favor? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to clarify, I do know that the parents had language that they cared about being in that. Is that what's being referenced in the motion? Their language is included? I just wanted to clarify that because I wasn't clear. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, 10-0, and that goes. We have a weird sound going on, Rayleigh. I don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah, like air. Okay, thank you guys very much. If you have any questions, I'm upstairs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And where are we at? Okay, we are going to go ahead and take a really quick break and be back to move on to our RISE presentation. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get back to it. We're so sorry we are behind schedule, but we will take in all you've got for us. So before us, we have Kelsey, I'm not going to say it right. Go for
Siaka.
it. Siaka and
Carmen Zeisler.
Carmen. And they are from ESDAC and from USD 428, talking about the RISE program. So go for it, ladies. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for having us. It is a true honor to get to speak to you and share the program that we have built over the past 2 years at USD 428 with the help of ESDAC. So RISE is helping our students become classroom ready. We all know that, and we've heard it today, kids are amping up their behaviors. And I am a principal at Park Elementary School, and we are K-6 in Great Bend. And awesome. Then I also am the admin at our RISE building, and I'll explain that a little bit more.
And I'm Carmen Zeisler, and I'm the director of our ESDAC Learning Centers, and also serve on the as a restorative practice consultant, working with schools.
So the challenge we had, I have been at my building for 22 years, principal for 5, so I have seen a lot of changes with academics, with curriculum, with teachers, and with children. And it really was breaking my heart that we were seeing a lot of behaviors that were impeding not only that student's education, but all of their classmates. So that is a big challenge. We, at our building, I have 260-ish students. We are high poverty. 75% of our kids need Tier 2, Tier 3 SEL interventions. So you can imagine that takes a lot of time for our counselors to do. So a couple years ago, with the help of my special ed leader, Ashley Riley, we needed to find something for our general education students. We have resources for our special ed students with explosive behaviors. We needed something for our general ed students. And so that was our challenge. And what we were seeing is kids were falling behind. They didn't want to be in the classroom. Honestly, they wanted to be at home. A lot of them got to be at home on their tablets and their video games. And so they would amp those behaviors up in order to be suspended. And we wanted to put into play an option for our students to still be getting an education, but for all of their classmates too as well. So we have to have a solution. And how are we going to wrap our students around that so they have a positive environment? We know that if we intervene at a young age, hopefully we can stop those suspensions and those behaviors. So this is where we began the RISE Room with the help of ESDAC.
So what is the RISE Room? So the RISE stands for Relationships, Instruction, Safety, and Emotional Well-Being. And really the goal of the RISE program is an alternative to out-of-school suspension and or Tier 3 behavioral wellness intervention. And really the emphasis of the program, what we're trying to do is we're trying to meet those lagging skills and reduce stress and create a plan with families, with the school system, so that the student can become classroom ready. And so how the program is organized is through levels. So a student comes into the RISE program, and we'll talk to you in just a minute about how that happens. But once they do come in, they start on level 0. Level 0 is a real quick, we just want them to be able to take a breath. We want them to do a little bit of work, learn a regulation strategy, participate in a lesson around the brain, and maybe do a little bit of academic work. Once they've completed that, they transition into level 1. That's all about connection and safety, and we're focusing in on safety and following directions and respectful interactions. And then once the student has completed level 1, they move into level 2, where we're going to dig in more into learning about our brain. Along with, we're also talking a lot about being on task in our learning spaces and completing activities. And then level 3, we're getting our brains and bodies ready for the classroom. And we're including in that working to have a good attitude. And then level 4 is that transition back to the classroom with a tremendous amount of support. High support and high accountability is what this program is all about. And so when we think about if a student does exhibit any unsafe behaviors, to themselves or others, or it results in any destruction of property while they're in the RISE program, they immediately start back over at level 0. And then we have to make some shifts and things, but that level 0 that's non-negotiable. You know, I love Dr. Ross Green, and he has a quote out that really has driven a lot of the work that we've done. What we want to be able to do is we want to find the stressors and we want to reduce them. We want to find the unmet needs and we want to meet them, and we want to find the lagging skills and we want to teach them. You know, what was happening prior to RISE is that Kelsey and her team were working so hard with a small group of students that was just taking over things. And so what the RISE program allows is time to actually spend with those students to be able to find the stressors and reduce them, find the unmet needs and meet them, and find the lagging skills and teach them. Now, what's happening during the day in RISE? We are still doing academics. Academics is a primary part of the RISE program. We are also looking at learning about our brain and understanding through a curriculum called Blooming Brains and or Building Neural Resilience. There's a lot of small group and also just individual interventions that take place. We also are spending a tremendous amount of time on understanding our regulation, understanding our nervous system and what we need in order to regulate. And we do that through regulation and focused attention practice lessons. All of this is wrapped around safety, belonging, and dignity and accountability through the restorative questions. Some of the things that we spend a tremendous amount of time on, this is a fantastic nonfiction picture book that came out 2 years ago called The Magical Science of Feelings. And we've written a tremendous amount of curriculum around that. It just teaches kids about the brain in a really fun, energizing way. And students remember what they learned through this book and through these lessons. An example of a brain awareness lesson is an emotional check-in. Mad, sad, glad, or afraid. What's that mostly about? And we're constantly reinforcing that mad, sad, glad, and afraid. We want students to be able to identify their emotions and to be able to talk about them. And then, you know, a big part of this is that escalation cycle. What we want to be able to do is to help students. We all will be dysregulated at times, right? There's all of us, all humans. But what we want to be able to do inside of RISE is to help students understand when something happens, when that trigger happens, they have a toolbox of supply, a toolbox of resources to be able to not get to that peak. And what, you know, be it a regulation strategy, be it an emotional question such as mad, sad, glad, and afraid, be it that they know that they can advocate for themselves and like, hey, I need a break right now. All of those are things that we have to teach. We have to teach kids how to do that. And so, you know, sometimes we are going to get to that peak and we are going to have to go through a de-escalation process, right? And so we want to learn through that with the student and find out what are those strategies and those tools that are the best for them. But in our big hope is we want students to be able to understand those sensations that they're feeling in their body so that they can notice, oh gosh, I'm starting to feel my hands are hot or my ears are hot. Oh, what does that mean? That means that I'm starting to get a little dysregulated. What can I do in order to stop that? The other piece is our restorative questions. You know, we want to be able to help students walk through how do we clean up our messes. We all make mistakes. We all have things that we need to figure out how to clean up. And the restorative questions or the moving forward path, those are really great tools and strategies that we can use to help students do that.
So one of our challenges was how do we determine if a student is eligible to go to the RISE program? We did not want it to be a dumping ground. As some teachers, I need a break. completely understand that. So what we did is we put into place a few protocols. So we have a student of concern process, and the way we do that is every principal, teacher, student family advocate in their building, they sit down and they go through just the general information about this student. Once those behavior referrals start to pile up, we meet with them. And so the principals will reach out and say, hey, I have a student of concern and I'd like to discuss with them. One thing I noticed last year is I had a couple teachers that were turning in students of concerns. When I would look at the referrals, they were all academic referrals. And so that was a big conversation. That student was not disrupting the classroom. They were just struggling. And so they became part of our SIP process for our building, whereas we now look at the referrals as behavior referrals. Those are the ones that we want to see going to the RISE conversation. So after we meet, we also meet with the parents as well to offer them the opportunity of the RISE program, because it is not mandatory. It is optional for parents, and they are well aware that if we probably don't go this route, out-of-school suspensions will have to happen. So we go through with parents and teachers and student family advocates and our RISE teachers, all of these strategies. They do not have to be using all of these, but we want to make sure they have attempted as much as they can in their home building for the student to be successful. Okay, and then we'll go on to building the team.
So when we think about this program, we need a comprehensive team, not only inside of the RISE classroom, but also back at the home school. So a student from Park Elementary comes into the RISE program. We also want to make sure that the teacher back home at Park Elementary, that he or she has all that they need in order to welcome that student back. That student is still their kid. He or she is still a Park Elementary kid, and so what we tend to do inside of that is we're constantly trying to find ways where the teacher is able to just keep in touch with the student. That could be through a Zoom call. That could be through the teacher coming by and having lunch with the student, all kinds of different ways. And then from the SDAC side, we're also wanting to pour into that home teacher and say, okay, what are the skills and strategies that you might need some help and support with? Because we're going to, at some point, welcome this student back into the classroom at Park Elementary. And we want to, all of us, just celebrate all the hard work that the student has done, and also that the teacher feels like he or she can be successful with the student. And so that, for me, is probably one of my favorite pieces, is when we get to go in and support inside of a classroom. And that could look a lot of different ways. It might be that we're just sharing about the community circle model that we use in RISE. That might be about the Mad, Sad, Glad, and Afraid. That might be some other lessons that are common, or maybe some of those breathing strategies. Anything that we can do to help strengthen that tier 1 inside the classroom, we all want to be a part of. And so RISE isn't just, as Kelsey said, it's not just this separate classroom. RISE is in a different location in Great Bend, but we're constantly working to keep that homeschool connection, that homeschool connection strong. And, when we think about, what are the things that at the homeschool that we really want to focus in on, community circle work is a big thing. We want to make sure that there's respect agreements, because we use those in RISE. Restorative questions or possibly capturing kids' hearts questions could be an option as well. And then we'll talk about the reentry circle here in just a minute. So it's not just RISE here, homeschool here. It's everybody's working together to support the student and the family. When we are transitioning back to the classroom, that is a very intentional process. We have a couple of students that are getting ready to transition back in another district this week, and we have a really intense, really planned out, well thought out schedule around that. Now, transitioning back to the homeschool, that's a big deal, and so the RISE team is there to help with that. Kelsey is there to help with that as well. And we're thinking through a lot of things during that time before we go back. For example, structured recess. We don't just go back and just get access to everything on the playground. Like, we're going to earn that process. We're going to think through that. Because in elementary, I taught elementary for 20 years. 4th grade girls, man, the first thing, recess drama, recess complications, recess challenges, right? And so we want to work with kids. We don't want to set them up for failure. So, okay, we've got access to this part of the playground, and let's work on that. Let's see how you do. Okay, now we've got access to this part of the playground. And now we have full access because you've been doing such a great job. We also want to think about, how are they leaders? How can they be a leader back at the school? I think of one of our kiddos who, a 4th grader who ended up spending some time in the kindergarten class. He was amazing with those kiddos. Being able to fill our RISE kiddos with just esteemable acts that they're able to go out and just showcase and share is a huge, huge part of this process. And then we do want to just be realistic. Mad, sad, glad, or afraid around going back, because that is a big deal. And for some kids, if a student says, I'm glad, I can't wait to go to the library, you better believe on day 1 he's going to the library, right? And if we're worried about going to PE, or we're worried about whatever, we want to create plans around that so that we can help the student have a really strong transition back into the building. And then the reentry circle, this is favorite. This is probably my favorite part of the process. When students are officially transitioned back, we sit down and we circle up with caregivers, with the RISE staff, with any additional students that are in RISE at the time, with Kelsey, with the homeschool staff, and we sit in a circle and we have a conversation about, what are the strengths of the student? What are the things that we are worried about? What are our strengths to support the student? And how can we create some plans around the things that we might be worried about? I'll never forget being in a circle at the beginning, I guess it was like September, October, and we had another RISE student that was a part of that circle. And after the circle, he goes, oh, man, that was pretty emotional. And we said yes. Megan, the RISE teacher, was like, yes. And she said, it's like we're excited for our friend to go back, but we're also sad that we're not going to necessarily see him every day. And the student said, well, I'll get to see him because I'm going to go back in a few weeks. And I will be there. In fact, during the circle, he said, the strength that I offer is that I'm really good at the dragon breathing regulation strategy. And so if you need me when I go back in a few weeks, I'm there to help you with that strategy. Wow. That's amazing to see students that are ready to just share what they've learned and support their friends, and that they have friends as well, that they have developed some really strong relationships is amazing.
Give Betty a moment here real quick to
Yeah, I absolutely love this, but could you help me with the logistics of this? I don't know if these are school kids that have already been suspended, that go through the program, or is this there in the building? Is it separate? Just a general idea of how it operates. I'd love to know.
Yep. And Kelsey, as you do that, describe what was going on that started this program.
Yep.
So paint a picture, because the board's thinking about their time in school.
Yep.
Okay?
Exactly.
Which may go back to when you
and
start.
I'll get all yours too.
Okay. So I think just paint that picture of what the problem is.
So we are K-6. We have 2 of every grade level in our building. We have a student family advocate, so a counselor, and he has an assistant counselor as well. So we were constantly meeting kids' needs of SEL pullouts, but then we weren't because, like Carmen said, can be 5 to 6 kids that run your entire building. And 2-3 years ago, that's the point where we're at, is I was afraid to leave the building. One of us had, Mr. Shaw, my SFA, one of us had to be there at all times. The police were coming weekly. We had students destroying classrooms, physically assaulting their parents when they would come to this school. It just was not a good learning environment for any of the children. And so my special ed director and I together said, how can we help these kids without just sending them home? Because yes, they were getting suspended a lot. They knew if they got in a physical fight, they would have to be suspended for a few days. They knew if they brought something inappropriate to school, they were going to be suspended, and they would amp that up. And so we got together. Actually, I emailed Randy and said, Mr. Watson, help me. Do you know if this is occurring anywhere? Does anyone have a program? And he said to reach out to Chad Higgins at SDEC, and that's how we got rolling. But we wanted all students to stay in an academic setting. So at Park, we have 5 elementary schools in Great Bend and then 2 private, so 7 total. Park, we were seeing a big increase in the behaviors. I will tell you, and I think this is on a slide in a minute, I had a 3rd grade student who attended 37 hours of school in 3rd grade. And most of those were on the floor in the office throwing a tantrum. And so that, again, what are we doing for this child? He knows he's going to be sent home. So what can we do to help him? So the way we had to set this up was the building configuration was strange. It is ideal if you could do it in your building, but we just don't have space. And so Washington Elementary School houses some of our special ed needs, and it is a large building. Very old, but a large building. And we said, hey, that's perfect. It's centrally located within Great Bend. It is actually a mile from my building, so easy to get to. And so that is where we decided to house our RISE program. And then, of course, staffing was a big thing. So who is going to be over there? Who's leading that? We have a classroom teacher. She taught for 10 years at Park, multiple grade levels. She has taken over that class as a classroom teacher, so they get all academics. Whatever they're doing in their home building, they are doing that same lesson that day at RISE. And so she communicates a lot with them. I will tell you that last year was everyone is a guinea pig. Right, Carmen? It was a lot of learning. Our first thought was, let's put a number. Hey, we could have 14 kids. You can never put a number. It depends on the individual children. And so we always have to work with those individual kids. And so we got that student who was there 37 hours, went to our RISE program. Another student who was disrupting the classroom. He was throwing chairs, books, assaulting the teacher. He went to the RISE program. We also don't want kids in juvenile detention. They're 10 years old. And so we want to make a change in their life and help them with that. And so those are the children that we started in the RISE program. So RISE is centered to be 4 weeks. So they are at the RISE program 4 weeks. We go 8 to 2:30. Our regular ed buildings go 8 to 3:25, but this gives us a chance to have meetings with parents. We communicate a lot with these parents on a daily basis. So those students go there for 4 weeks, and at the end of the 4th week, we start reintegrating them, as Carmen mentioned. So they might go back at 2 and stay till 3:25 with RISE support, and then we just wean that off. It is very important that staff in the building buys into that. And I think, and I know Carmen's worked with many schools, but I am blessed to have a staff that was at a point that said, we got to do something. So every one of them jumped on board. And I would just preach to them every day. If we are asking these kids to make a change and put in the work, you're going to put in the work too. So you're going to welcome them back with open arms. You're going to go to RISE. You're going to spend time with them. I had a teacher the other day. We had a student at RISE that was really struggling. He told us his only confident person he could talk to was his homeroom teacher. I went right back to Park, traded places with her. She went right over to RISE, and she wanted to. She jumped right on board to do that. So it does take the staff knowing that there's a need for that, and also seeing the change when it comes. So one thing we have up here right now is that punishment versus discipline. That's a big conversation with staff, and SDEC came in and trained our staff on that. And I think we've seen a lot of teachers shifting their mindset, that not every student is the same. What you may have learned growing up is not what they are learning at home. Most of our kids in our building live in dysregulation. It is all day, every day. They go home from school, they're alone, or it's just loud and chaotic. And they are never going to learn those skills if we don't help support them.
Mm-hmm. Danny, real quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, why isn't it the parents' responsibility? Why is it the school's responsibility?
100% agree with you. So we have learned through this program that a lot of our parents have no idea how to do it. They don't have the skills to do it. And so with the RISE program, we invite the parents in a lot to communicate and learn those skills. And hopefully the children are going to continue doing those at home. It is optional. I will tell you, we've had one family say they didn't want to participate in the RISE program. And the switch I saw in the parents' mindset is all other 14, 15 of them needed help. They asked for help. We don't know what to do. He does this at home too. I don't know what to do. This one family said he is not the problem, it's everyone else. And so right then I knew the RISE won't work for him. He's not ready for that. His family's not ready for that. So we put a lot onto the parents. We have a parent expectation book as well for them. If your child's coming here, this is what we expect out of you.
So are you talking about the RISE program? How about the expectations at your school? Here's the expectations of your child. If they don't do it, they're out of there.
Yep, we have the same ones there, same expectations. I got a lot of kickback the first year. Parents are not happy with me. But yeah, there's a lot of responsibility that is not done outside of the house. And so we're just trying to help the kids. We have told the staff, you can't change the parent. We can't change the parent. We can help the child. And so if we can teach the children these strategies to make their life easier, that is our goal at RISE. Okay. So right now at RISE, we have 5 staff members, myself going back and forth, our classroom teacher, our SEL teacher, who is amazing, and then we have 1 TA, and we will be hiring a bilingual TA pretty soon. And like I said, we go 8 to 2:30. One thing we have tweaked this year is our RISE staff, if a teacher or principal puts a student of concern out, they would like to go observe them in the classroom because a lot of times when you get into a small environment, you don't see those same behaviors. Mm-hmm. So we send them out, they observe, and then they kind of come back and we sit down and really talk about what we saw in the classroom and that type of thing. Breakfast and lunch served just like it would be in their main building. Core academics, like I said, stay on track. Art, PE, recess, those are all earned activities, as she talked about the leveling system. And then RISE, we transport kids to and from buildings. We do have some parents that would rather transport, and that is fine. We allow them to do that. And then, as we've said, we continue to go in and out. We do have a lot of agencies that come in. These kids were being seen in our building for therapy or different things like that. They are welcome to come in to the RISE building to continue that. So our RISE program has had 13 students have gone through RISE. We just started 3 more this week. Otherwise, some of my staff members would have been here today, but they have 3 little ones. I believe kindergarten, first and second went in this week. 7 of those students have not repeated behaviors. They've done very well in the classroom once they have returned full time. 4 have had repeated behaviors in their building. We stay on call for that. So I have been called to buildings. They've had a really bad day. I'll just come chat with them. You know, the RISE staff kind of becomes their safety net. They felt really safe in that environment. They respect the other students that have been through it, like Carmen said, going back, and they have a peer support. 1 student moved out of state. 1 student was expelled from our program. He assaulted a RISE teacher, and so we do follow the same protocol in that as we would with any student. And then, like I said, we've got those kids coming in. And we do service kindergarten through 5th. In the RISE program. We have a different alternative for our 6th graders if that would happen. So one big thing we do with RISE is when they complete the program, they get to graduate. And like Carmen said, it's a big deal. I asked their parents if I could put their pictures up here. These kids are from all different schools. They have all graduated. This is their graduation. They get their certificate. They have a party, and they get to head back full-time to their buildings. So by this point, they've already been in their building 90% of the day. They're just ready to go back full-time. So it's very exciting. Like Carmen said, the circling up with the parents is huge. I think it makes the parents stop and take a minute to listen to their child, where a lot of them don't take time to stop and listen. Whether it's they work nights, they never see their child, however that family event is happening. So the RISE staff is really dedicated to working with our home staff and supporting our students when they come back. As Carmen said, that's the most important thing. We never want them to feel like they were gone. If classrooms have any fun things going on when they might have been at RISE those first 4 weeks, we take them to that. We have a 2nd grade room that does messy math every Tuesday. We ask that student at Rise, would you like to go to Messy Math? Yes, I want to go. Goes right back with his friends. So we keep them in that classroom as much as we can. And it's huge. The communication is huge. Like I said, the conversation with the parents is the big thing. When you have 25, 26 kids in your classroom, that conversation with the parent usually only comes when it's bad behavior. And so we really communicate every single day. The students fill out their own behavior chart, and they communicate that with their parents and the teacher at pickup every day. So they go through that. A strong staff is essential to making it successful. I've been blessed with a strong staff in my building that has taken it on fully. They love the program. They love seeing those kids come back to the school. And then teacher, student, and family relationships are the foundation of our success. A lot of our parents will say, I never realized that. I never knew that was a trigger. And we wouldn't find that out had we just had 15 minutes of intervention once a week with them for SEL. Because when we get to that point, they're already escalated. So we find these things out when we can really get to the meat of what is bothering them. They're all yelling out for help, and we want to help them as much as possible. So this is the one student I talked about. Well, we had two that were in school for a total of 38 hours, one for 44 days expulsion. Police would come. We've had the police come to the Rise building. We do not let that student leave. He goes right back to the classroom. So we de-escalate. Parents come up. Mom's like, do we need to take him? No, he's staying. We just needed him to regulate. And I think for kids, that was a big thing. I'm not going home. And I'm going to make it here. So to see them have that success has been huge. Our student who has 38 hours of school, he comes every day, all day. He has not had any behavior problems. He is just a totally different kid. I have a little girl, Maddie. I told her I was going to talk about her today. She, Maddie, she was the mean girl. She would, if you upset her, you were getting the fist in the face, and she would go through with it. She went to Rise, came back from Rise. She now wants to be the teacher at the Rise program. I try to take Maddie back once a month just to see kids. She went back one day, and there was a kid in the 0 room, and she said, whew, she's going to be here a while. So she knows, she gets it. Obviously, every student does not have the same success. It's a struggle bus with some. They're not going to be perfect, as no child is. We just want everyone in our buildings and our parents to know that we support them. We hold those kids accountable. Maddie would be one that would tell you she went back. She got in a fist fight. I sent her to Rise for 3 days, and she learned right there. She's like, this is serious. And I have the strategies to not do these actions. And so those are big things. I'm excited to see some younger kids in there because I think if we can really intervene at that point. And our kindergartner is the first kindergartner, and the grandparent has custody and actually came to us and said, I need help. I don't know strategies. And so every student, as we put up here, has a chance to write their own story and change their path, and it provides them with that support to do.
Any
questions?
Sorry, thank you for what you do, but so the parents want you guys to be the parents. They're signing off that they aren't the parents anymore. You're going to be the parents.
They agree that we will continue their education, but if they break school policy, verbally or physically, then it will have the same consequences, expulsion, yes. But for me, I was white and black when I started teaching. Every kid's going to follow the same rule. Every kid's going to do this. When we started suspending kids, kids bringing knives to school, kids getting in fistfights, we sent them home for 5 days to do nothing but sit in front of a TV or run around town, as some of them did. I can't change what how they parent them. I want to go, what are you doing? But I could change the fact that I'm not sending them home and just getting to do that. I want them to understand that there's consequences for behavior, but that we can make a positive change and move on. So, yep, I totally understand how you feel. I feel the same way. I wish we could take every parent and say, do this, and it wouldn't be a problem. But I just keep telling my staff, it's for the kids. We've got to make it where the kids are successful.
We're trying to make a change.
Yep.
Yeah. Betty?
And, I'm really excited just to add this comment, because when we sit at the board table and we talk about all students, we have to take into consideration that not all students have the skills of behavior. Many of them don't know how to express what they're feeling other than to act out. And then when Mr. Zach was talking about the responsibility of parents, I can't imagine that there's any parent that says, I am a great parent and I know everything and I know how to do everything. And so it's that village that not only are students learning, but there are times that parents need to learn. This is a great opportunity for the family engagement because there's a problem, they don't realize there's a problem, or there are grandparents that perhaps don't know those skills or have forgotten those skills. I am so happy to hear of what you're doing, again, because it does align when we say all students. And we have to realize that not all students have the same problems, not all students have the same solutions. To be able to teach them and give them options is great. And most of those kids that have behavioral problems really are the ones that need to be in the classroom, and they're elsewhere. So I want to say this before I forget. Thank you so much for what you're doing. This is great.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot to unpack here. I'm thinking about, kids don't come with instruction manuals. Parents don't know what they don't know. I want to ask you about parent education nights. Instead, I'm going to ask you, what's your vision for what this could mean for schools? And I would love it if you could hit on some of the outcomes on the other side of this and how they might tie to academics.
So here's what I would love to see is that our students and our families have the supports that they need in order to thrive. As Kelsey said, with a kindergarten coming in, wow, to me, that's a game changer. Let's catch a kindergartner at age 5 or 6, help them fill in those lagging skills that they have, along with their caregivers, right? And help them move forward. Their trajectory could be completely different because they know about their emotions and they have some problem-solving skills and they're able to express themselves. That to me is one of the biggest things around the RISE program is that students are getting those skills in order to grow and to move forward. The other piece that I think too is that with RISE, what we see is that at the homeschool, the stress levels go way down with the staff because the students, as we talked about, there's 4 or 5 students that could just be controlling so much that is happening. Kelsey and Shab spent so much time with those students before RISE. And now they're still spending time with them, but in a very different way. And the students are growing in their skills. And so then we have teachers inside the classrooms that are able to meet the needs of the kids in their classrooms, behaviorally, academically, in so many different ways. And to me, that's a huge win. When the speakers were talking about teacher retention, this is massive. And it's not just about, it's really about, I view RISE not only as student wellness and support, but also as teacher wellness and support.
Absolutely. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to thank you for your presentation because I've had a lot of conversations with a number of my constituents who have a little bit more racier backgrounds, and that was the thing I would hear from them is that these kids, they might be very well behaved at home, and then they go to school and they know their ticket out is that bad behavior. And she was like, they just need to go to in-school suspension. And I'm like, well, okay, if you do that right, but I really like how you're taking that one level beyond that. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't sound like the parents are necessarily relinquishing it as much as figuring out how to work together, because we're in an environment that you guys have to be more careful how you discipline. And it's not like, ones I talk to were older, and back in our day, there would be a little bit more involved. But I just appreciate the other perspective, and I thought I would let you know that my grandmother was a graduate of Great Bend High School in 1926. Oh, wow. So we're at the 100-year anniversary this year of her high school graduating class. So,
Beryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. It's wonderful to hear what you all are doing there. And I think Carmen Okay, you've got a background in restorative justice, restorative circles. Are you all looking forward to doing any preemptive work to work with general ed classrooms, and so the children can learn some of those skills before they have to go to RISE?
Absolutely. That is actually a part of when a district calls and says, hey, we'd like to integrate RISE. That's one of the first things we do a full staff training. And there's also a team that comes to restorative practice coaches, which is a summer institute that we hold. And that summer institute isn't just 3 days, it's a year-long coaching model. And so, like, for example, one of Kelsey's restorative practice coaches, she created a whole family circle experience just not that long ago, right? This year. And so students are grade banded across. So there's kindergartners all the way through fifth graders that are a part of their family groups, and they're circling up together. And so we see lots of different ways that restorative practices is embedded. It really is a through line throughout the RISE program, but also at the homeschool.
And I will say with the families, I've gotten to know these families on a completely different level now that they're at RISE, because the only time you'd get to know them was behavior situations. They are on high alert. They don't want to provide you with much information. When we sit down with them before they decide on RISE, Stacy Lewis, our SFA, she gets real. She said, I need to know why these behaviors are happening, and I need you to be honest. And it's amazing what the parents then will say. And we tell them, we're not judging you. We're not turning you in for anything. We want to help your student, but we also have to have you on board to help us do that. And so it's been an eye-opener for myself to hear some of those background stories that are so sad. And then to see the parents of our RISE kids have kind of formed this little group. Sometimes that can be scary, but they do. They look out for each other. I have 2 kids at my building and 2 at another that they actually ride to school together now because of the relationship the parents made through their children going through RISE.
Nice. Dennis?
Well, I was there when you first started that a year and a half ago, and I was.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
I've been hopeful that we'd get a good report like this. So, and I know that early on you had some good success. So, I just want to thank you for the hard work that you're putting in there and working with our service center. That's wonderful that you're helping each other. And this can be, this reaches into the community when you have functional families that are actually coming together. So thank you, and keep working.
I apologize, Michelle. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 questions. So I noticed you had some restorative questions, or I think it was a few slides back. I was just curious if you're asking a child, because it looks like most of these children are pretty young. Sometimes they'll come to school and they'll. I know some of the districts have used like a little smiley face or sad face when they get off the bus, or come in from carpool, and they were doing it as like a group thing where they were asking, why are you sad? So the other kids were hearing about things, and a lot of times kids embellish stories. So I just want to make sure. I saw a piece of paper too on one of the slides. That are these kids, is data being collected on the kids that will then follow them through? How is data recorded, and is it sticking with them forever? Is it going off the record? If the kid comes to school with a story or a question that's being asked, are they then calling the parents? Because the parents probably should be, like you were saying, asked the questions of maybe what are the stressors, what's going on at home. I just want to make sure that these things aren't being documented for young kids like this, when we know a lot of behaviors tend to go away as they grow up and mature. I just want to make sure that these things aren't sticking with them forever on record, that they're just, being documented at the time, the parents are being notified, and the parents are in constant communication, and it isn't going on like a record that will, be erased, especially if they're, like you said, they're graduating from it. It doesn't need to really necessarily stick with them if this is something that we're just working on to keep them in the school. Those are my questions, I guess.
Yes. So the Mad, Sad, Glad, and Afraid, which we do at RISE, we do at all our elementary schools. So everyone starts the day, every single classroom, elementary and Great Bend, starts with a 10 to 15 morning meeting. And at Park, our teachers each have a spreadsheet. The kids, when they talk they will say if they're mad, sad, glad, or afraid. They just click that button. If we have students that alert as being sad or afraid, out of the ordinary. Right after that morning meeting, our SFAs go do check-ins with those kids, just kind of get the pulse on what's really going on, and what are you sad about today, what's your anxiety today, and then we do contact the parents if it's a big one that we feel they need to know, and they have been very grateful for that. I like that it is communicated the same across the board. So our whole district uses the same, and we just keep that data for that year, and then nothing sticks with them in that retrospect.
Could you give us
But if the child is always getting off the bus and they know they're going to get attention if they put a sad face on there or a mad face, they know that the kids can figure that out, that they're going to be getting attention, especially if it's in a group setting and they're 6 and they said, my parents didn't let me walk the dog this morning. I always get to walk the dog. Well, there's lightning in the area. So all these kids are thinking, boy, those parents are bad. They wouldn't let him walk the dog or Billy walk the dog today. That was what I was very concerned with what I was hearing in the district at a school board meeting when they thought that was a great idea. And I'm thinking, there's kids that are going to play that system and say, well, I'm going to come in every day. I'm going to come in mad. And then the school, when I leave, it's always green, a green light. I just feel like that was what my biggest concern was. Now, this is a totally different thing here, this right. That was my concern with when you get in there. Some of the questions I think that they're asking, kids will embellish things or they will make up stories, anything to get attention or to get, and that was my concern is then the teacher, it frustrates me that we have to do that when they get in there. The first thing they have to do with every children, I don't think we have to do that with every child. I think if you see some behaviors, like you said, maybe there's 6 that are, kind of setting the stage for the whole entire school. I think when we're asking these social emotional questions, I don't know that has to apply to every single kid in the morning when they come into school.
I would say and just in my building, I can only speak for, we might end up with 2 or 3 kids out of 260 that need a check-in that day that said that something alarming, that, okay, something really is upsetting them. We do not see a high number of those. One big thing we also really have started is we never pull kids out of academic time. When we first started having morning meetings and SEL people in our building, I think that got overused. They were always in our tiger den. I always had an issue. So we really only pull them when it's maybe they want to come to us. They have a tiger ticket. They can have 10 minutes is it to express their feelings, and then we move on about the day. So we've had to tweak some things because I completely understand what you're saying. Kids can. And I feel like my staff has a good pulse on their kids in their room, and so they can really identify when there's something that needs to be addressed right then, or if it's something that they just want to be the crowd pleaser, I guess.
One of the things I caught and really liked about what I was hearing was the coaching piece, because I know that's so important. And we talk, we have educators who, they literally don't know what to do in those situations. So the coaching is so huge. How many RISE programs do we have out there?
Yeah, so Great Bend and also Derby. This is the first year for Derby.
Okay.
So they are actually this week getting ready to transition their first student back into the homeschool.
Okay, so it's pretty new.
Yes.
And things are kind of just getting started in that realm, which we have to find a way, like you said, to deal with the behaviors. What is a respect agreement?
Yeah, so a respect agreement is a conversation that a class has to talk about what does respect look like, student to student, teacher to student, student to teacher, or educator, as well as to the classroom. And so those are kind of just those guidelines that are created with the help of all of the students. Gotcha. And then we can look back on those as when things are broken or when we have to clean up some messes, we can look back on those to help guide us.
Right. Kind of reminders to
That's
say, remember when we
right.
had this conversation?
Yeah.
I actually stepped into a classroom and they were going through respect in that way, the one-on-one to people, even to the community. So we're talking about littering. There were many different things. So getting that mindset within. And the accountability piece I really liked hearing as far as kids recognizing that they will be held accountable, because I think that's a huge piece in all of this. Behaviors come, something happens, but then they're just back in the classroom and it gets to be repeated all over again. So even in your transitioning, that they're being held accountable parents are being held accountable. We're pulling it all together to work together. And we do have a lot of parents that, I mean, I'm sure I didn't do it great. Just that's, like you said, like Melanie said, we don't get a manual when they come in it. So you're always pulling from what you know and what you grew up with. So lots of good things in there. Really appreciate that.
Can I just add about the accountability? We use a lot of the work from Dr. Kay Paranis around accountability. She's a restorative justice educator for many, many years. And when she talks about accountability, she talks about it in the way that it's not necessarily that we're holding people to accountability, but what are the dimensions that need to be a part of that accountability? And so things like we want to be able to clean up our mess, right? What does that look like? Because for every situation, every student, that's going to look a little different. Also, what's the plan so this doesn't happen again? Right. That's another dimension of accountability. And how are we giving back to our community as part of all of that too? And I just really appreciate Dr. Paranis' work around it. I feel like every time I read her work, I'm like, oh, another dimension to think about. And that accountability piece is really just paramount in the program.
Gotcha. One last comment, and we need to break for lunch. Dan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So having been in 88 buildings and sat on the floor when they're doing their little half circle, what I noticed was that one kid that's going crazy, all of a sudden now we have more emotional problems with other kids. So how do you account for that?
The one instigator in the room, the one that everyone wants to follow. So those students in our building, they have a lot of pull-out SEL time, or our SFAs are in with them during morning meeting to sit directly with them to say this is how we're running this. And then I know with one student, we let him, once he got regulated for a few days, we let him run the questioning of the circle. And so that made the students respect him in a different light too, to see, okay, he can calm down. He can now answer and ask us and be just the same as we are in here. And so they get along better that way.
But couldn't that be causing problems with other kids that are normal in the classroom?
100%. Yep. And we see that in every room. There's that kid that can get them all on board. We have one student that I think she was that kid in second grade. She went to Rise. We went back to do her entry circle. And I think for her, what clicked was they all went on without her. They went on without her ruling the roost and telling everyone what to do and kind of picking on everyone. And she has come back in that classroom a completely different child. So it did with her take us removing her from that situation and going through skills of how to not beg for that attention, because a lot of kids, it's begging for attention. I want to be the class clown. I want to do this, get you all fired up. And so I get the attention. And so we can work on that with each individual student, but I do agree, we do see it with kids. I mean, we're always going to have those ones that want to amp up, but as long as we make them feel that they are part of the class, they have to have the same expectations, then we find success with it.
And what is an SFA?
I guess maybe you're missing my point. My point, aren't we causing emotional problems with the other kids that are in the normal classroom when they get upset, when they see that kid upset?
I would say it can start that way, but we do remove, if it gets to a situation where everyone's escalating, we remove that student from the classroom to go to our Tiger Den. Student family advocate, our counselors, they run the Tiger Den, and so we have them go in there to regulate and just calm down and learn those skills that they need to go back into the classroom. So we'll just remove them, usually for short periods of time. That does work.
Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Watson.
So, for full transparency, I've known these two a long time. Carmen was a high school student, first in high school, and so I want you to know I hired her because she's going to tell you I didn't, and both are true. Both are true. But Kelsey, do you want to say anything about your high school basketball coach? Would you? He may be in the audience, and I didn't know if you wanted to say anything about him. So
I played basketball a long time ago, so he's older than I am.
It's part of the circle of life and educators. So thank you both for being here.
Thank you. It's been honored to come. We
Thank
greatly
you so
appreciate
much.
it.
It's a conversation we have to keep having because we have to find ways to manage that. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time, the drive you made. Have a good one. All right, we will break for lunch. Be back at 1:30. Okay, board, here we go into our afternoon session. Really quick before Dr. Harwood comes forward, I meant to say this at the beginning. Each of you have a book at your place called The Digital Delusion, and I want to thank the Distraction Free Schools Policy Project and Gretchen Shanahan for providing those for us. Next month, we'll give you a little insight. We'll be talking a lot about technology and technology in the classroom. So I'm going to be checking this out a little bit and getting ready for that. So Dr. Harwood, we're going to get a legislative report because we are up and running. Here we go.
Well, good afternoon. I hope you've had a good morning. With it being the second day of the legislative session, it's actually been a pretty quick pace already. So I just talking to Gabby about it. I don't know if I can take 3 months of the pace we've started off with. So we'll get right into that. It's interesting to give a legislative update on the second day because not a lot has happened so far. But this is day 2 of a 90-day session. The important thing to remember is this is the second year of a biennium, which means that bills that were introduced last year, if they weren't passed or if they didn't die, which means a bill dies if it makes it to the floor of the chamber that passed it but then doesn't get acted on, and then it dies and it can't anything else. So if a bill had a hearing committee, never came out of committee, came out of committee but then didn't go on the floor, it's still there. So far, we have 68 carryover bills that are related to education and 11 new bills. So we're going to talk about a few of those. We're not going to talk about all 68 of the other ones because some of those bills will never get a hearing. And at the end of this session, then they will die and nothing will carry over to the next year because of the biennium. Couple of important dates. So the first day was yesterday. I didn't put it on here, but you're all aware that the state of the state is today. And we'll talk a little bit about what that means for us. Then you have some dates in there about when bills can be introduced. Turnaround is an important part because if a bill hasn't passed the chamber of origin, then it would be dead unless it's in an exempt committee. So there are all those rules that until the end, nothing is ever really dead because it can always come back up again. The plan is for first adjournment on the 27th. Then they'll take a 10-day break. And then they'll come back for the veto session and then wrap up by April 11th. We hear a lot of conversation about this being a short session, except for adjusting everything one day because of the calendar change. This is exactly the calendar they had last year. So I don't know what that means to have a short session because it's the same 90 days we had last year. I will say that the pace is going to make it feel short, but we'll see what happens from after we move on. So just to kind of give you some ideas, some carryover bills, the 3 bills here all passed out of Senate Education, but were never above the line on the Senate. So the Senate never took a position. A couple of them have already been referred back to Senate Ed, so that means they can't go to the Senate floor until they come back out of committee again. So those are some ones that we talked about last year. Some other ones, the active shooter one, this is one that came out of the Senate very late last year, and then they just kind of ran out of time on it. What this does is sets up rules for how districts do active shooter drills. Standardizing firearm safety, this came out of a committee, but then got referred back to the committee. It's important to note that the sponsor of this bill is no longer in the House. He moved on to a position at the federal level. And then Senate Bill 47 is a little bit different in that it passed the Senate, so it came out of House or Senate Ed, passed the Senate, went to House Ed, actually got changed a lot, passed out of House Ed, but it never made it to the House floor. So this is one where House could refer it back to House Ed. They could vote on it tomorrow and send the amended version to the Senate, or they could just do nothing with it. So all these bills are kind of in different places, and so that's why we have to kind of keep an eye on the ones that have been there. A couple more. This one was one that had a lot of action very late in the session. You'll notice that it's a House bill, but the Senate passed it 38-2. So it was a shell, got put into it. It got sent to the House. There was a non-concur, so it's actually in conference committee now. And so all you have to do is have the 2 The two chambers name a conference committee, put it there, and it could move quickly as well. This one is about registered sex offenders not being able to be on school property, and this also would apply to a parent that is a registered sex offender. So it will bring up some logistical things for districts, especially around things like IEP meetings and those kinds of things. So, but when it passed the Senate 38-2, it had quite a bit of support. A couple other ones that did not have hearings or pass last year. 2034, which authorizes districts to employ chaplains. There was not a hearing last year, but it already has a hearing on Wednesday. So it was out there. I don't know that this changes anything. A district can already appoint a chaplain. They can already do some of these things. So don't know what it does. And then the next one is about defining the term of what this does is adds fetal alcohol syndrome to the list of other health impaired. And just so you know, the way this works now, if a student actually suffers from fetal alcohol syndrome and it is an impediment to their free and appropriate education, they would already have an IEP that would be under other health impaired. The legislature did this with dyslexia a few years ago. It's the same situation. Just because you had fetal alcohol syndrome does not mean you would automatically get an IEP. It has to have something that manifests that impacts your ability to get a free and appropriate education, just like dyslexia. Not every student that is diagnosed with dyslexia actually needs an IEP, so you just have to go through the process. So again, that one has a hearing on Thursday. New bills, and so several of the ones we're talking about. The first one, this is a new bill for this session, but has been brought up many times, as you can't start school until after Labor Day. So we'll see what happens with that one. This one was one actually matches with a state board priority, which it eliminates or changes the waiting period for KPERS employees for teachers as KPERS employees. This one actually has a fairly simple solution in that there's already a list of professions that are exempt from the waiting periods and the penalties. You just add teachers to that. Police officers, firefighters, they're already on the list. You just add teachers. Move on. The next one, this one is about increasing criminal penalties for endangering a child of 6 years of age. We only put this one on there because we work with children that are less than 6 years of age. This is an interesting one. This one would require all local school boards to have a non-voting student representative. Again, school boards can already do that. We have some schools that do it. This would just require that to happen. That's okay. The next one is requiring parental consent prior to providing any school-based mental health service to a student, establishing exceptions. But what this does is puts in place a civil penalty so that if it is determined by the county attorney or the attorney general that this has been violated, the district pays $5,000 to the state general fund or to the county general fund as a civil penalty. Now, just interesting, but it applies to Tier 2 and Tier 3 mental health interventions. Doesn't apply to Tier 1, which is an interesting thing to have in a legislature, that MTSS is not a common thing that we talk about at the legislature. So this is relatively new. We're trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve to see if it already has a solution. Mostly being, the best example would be the mental health intervention team, where the purpose of the liaison that is paid for with state funds is to interact with the parent to make sure you have those permissions. So need to learn more about that one. Next one is, this is actually the protection from religion bill. Basically, it would say that students do not have to take part in religious ceremonies or are free from religious coercion. So at school. I don't write them, I just report them. That's okay. So the next two, I think you're already aware of. These are two cell phone bills. The Senate bill has a hearing on Thursday, and the House bill has a hearing on Friday. What both bills do is require districts to have a policy that prohibits the use or prohibits student use of a personal electronic device during instructional time. But then they define lunch and passing as instructional time, which could cause some confusion with the way we define instructional time. So that'd be one thing that we will actually be asking them to think about. Is it, if that's what you want, say school day instead, just so we can be more clear. The big difference with the other thing that both of them do is go on to say that school employees cannot interact with students on official school business through social media platforms. And then it defines social media platforms. It does have it in there that a district can say this is how we're going to communicate and do one-way communication with students. And so, but that way everybody knows where it's coming from. The House bill also would require us to do a survey of districts about screen time, which I think what I just heard Chair Hopkins talk about is that's something you're already going to be talking about next month. So we'll see where that one goes. And so the only other new bills are the budget bills. There will be another one added to this one tomorrow because after the State of the State, typically they release the governor's budget bill. And so we'll look at that. Just as a reminder, the way things worked, well, the way things used to work is that we had the governor's budget bill because the governor is required to submit one. And then it would go through the Senate and the House and get amended from there. Starting last year, we had a House budget bill that went through the House and then went to the Senate, along with the governor's bill. This year, there is a Senate bill and a House bill that we think they're working at the same time, and then we'll come together at the end in conference committee, along with whatever comes out of the governor's bill. What we learned today is that we will be our budget bill will be heard in K-12 budget on Wednesday of next week. So it is moving pretty fast. For example, things that are moving fairly quickly is today there is a hearing on the School for the Blind's budget, which after our, I think, December meeting, you put in your priorities that we would take a position on that. So Gabby will deliver the state board's position because you guys are busy today. But then tomorrow for the School for the Deaf, I believe Pearl is going to speak on behalf of the state board in support of the School for the Deaf's budget. So that's a little bit of a change. It's the same kind of thing that works out. And then next week we will move on to KSDE's budget in the same committee. Question on bills of any kind?
I mentioned this yesterday, but I just wanted to make sure that there are medical exceptions in the, and the reason, I think everybody knows my granddaughter's pacemaker is monitored by her cell phone, and so it's kind of important for at least that to be someplace where it's accessible.
So I believe both. I've not read all the way through the House bill yet. The Senate bill has an exception for IEPs, 504s, and medical plans. It does state in there that it has to be a licensed physician, and I will say that's actually a good thing to have it defined that way because when you get to the situation where you're making exceptions for medical reasons, knowing who has the authority to actually sign the document is important. So I actually appreciated the fact that they defined that in the bill as a licensed physician. So, and I'm pretty sure in that case you would be able to get that. And so those are exceptions. I will say that one of the things that makes a difference is that the bill says that the policy has to say that the personal electronic device cannot be readily accessible to the student. So in my opinion, that would be not in their pocket or their backpack or anything like that. In that situation, that you could have it on their person. They could have the policy say that you can't have it out unless, you can kind of work around that, but it would be available to them. It actually, the Senate bill actually sounds like it gives permission for the student to leave the phone at home or in their car. It's like, well, if you're not bringing it to school, that's the most likely place for it to stay. So, other questions on bills?
Anybody else?
All right, so one more thing that's not a bill yet, but I want to make sure that the state board is aware of because this is something that we've been involved in for the last 2 years. So in 2024, Senate Bill 387, which was kind of the last mega budget policy bill for education, it's now, I have to move Michelle so I can see, it's KSA 723574. So that set up the at-risk accountability plans, and we've been doing a pilot for 2 years. So the pilot is pretty much over, but the pilot committee has some recommended changes to the bill that we've already tried to reach out to the committee chairs about to get a bill introduced, so we'll be working on that. But I want you to be aware of it before we get that far. And so, the first part, just as a reminder, is that starting next year, every district has to designate 2 cohorts of students. You have to set a 4-year quantitative goal. You identify interventions, and then you track the progress over those 4 years. The part that we didn't have in there is that if you don't meet the goal after 4 years and a 5th year, an additional 5th year, if you don't meet the goal, then you lose or don't have access to an increase in at-risk funding based on the change in the base state aid. But that's not till 2032, so we're not worried about that so far. We are currently in the 2nd year of the pilot. We had 11 districts. We had started with 13. We still have 11 that are participating. They, this fall, wrote plans and kind of rewrote plans, and we went back through how we were getting data. They helped us come up with a way that they're going to report expenditures, and so that's been very helpful to us. And now we're kind of ready to start the training part. But there are some changes that we'd like to see made to the legislation. The first one is that the law requires that you have a 3rd grade cohort. And you have to use state assessments. But we're thinking about they need to turn these in the fall because you don't want to wait. You only have 4 years, so you want to make sure you're working all 4 years. But if you have to make a cohort of 3rd graders in the fall, they have not yet taken a state assessment. And so to give schools the best chance of setting a reasonable goal, we're going to ask them to change it to 4th grade. Because then you can have 3rd grade state assessments that in the fall now you decide who your cohort is and move forward. The important thing about being 4th grade is that the 4th year is 7th grade, and then the 5th year is 8th grade. So you still have to do that. If you make it 5th grade, the 5th year is 9th grade, and you don't have a state assessment that you can then see if you actually can make it the 5th year. So that's the first part. It doesn't seem like too much of a problem. The next one is about free lunch. So the legislation currently says that one of the cohorts has to be free lunch students. Here's the problem with this, and this is where we get confused between free lunch and at-risk. There are federal regulations about you can't tell people who is free lunch. So if we have a cohort of free lunch students, the district can't tell the teachers who's in the cohort. And how are you supposed to intervene if you don't know who they are? So we'd like for them to eliminate that requirement. What we can do on the backside is districts can track the progress of the students who are in the cohort that are also free lunch. But the problem that this comes in, the reason it gets into the bill, is that districts receive at-risk funding because of the number of free lunch students they have. And so that's where we get confused between free lunch and at-risk. So I've been told at committee that teachers have told legislators, I don't even know who the at-risk kids are. Well, no, you don't know who the free lunch kids are. Teachers should be helping determine who the at-risk kids are because of how they're showing up and how they're doing in school. So it just helps us separate that. Again, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a cohort that you're trying to improve if you can't tell the people that are doing the work who it is. The next one is probably going to be the hardest to solve, and it has to do with having cohorts at all. Because districts don't have to have a cohort or report on a cohort that has less than 11 students. Actually, so that's a different one that's not even on here. So here I'll go back and I'll talk about this one first. So that's the other one, is about the size of the cohort. We have about 171 districts. Well, actually, we have 35 districts that don't have 11 third graders to make a cohort at all. We have 135 districts that don't have 11 free lunch third graders, so they wouldn't be able to make a cohort. We have 171 districts that don't have enough free lunch third graders that you could reasonably expect that you'll still have 11 students that started in 1 year and are still there in the 4th year. And so, as currently written, about over half the districts will not have to do this. They have to set the goal, but they won't be held responsible. We think, and the pilot agreed, that in 2032, when some districts are losing funding, that sets up an equity issue if over half the districts didn't have to do the same thing. So our proposal is that for districts that can't reasonably have a cohort survive the 4 years, that they can propose a cohort for KSDE to approve. And so one of the things we talked about is that instead of a 4th grade cohort of at-risk students, maybe you do the entire 4th grade. So we're going to set a goal for the whole 4th grade over time. What that does is that if you're trying to improve the 4th grade scores, working with the students that are performing the lowest is actually where you get the most bang for your buck. So in essence, you'll be able to do that without identifying that group of the students that are at risk. It's the whole grade. In some cases, we have districts that are small enough that they're actually going to have to do a building level goal. And just how does the building do over time? So, the only alternative is that, well, we just don't apply it to most of the districts. The last one is a clarification. Currently, the law says that each cohort has a goal, but then it says you have a goal for math and reading, which is 2 goals. So we need to know, does each cohort need to have 1 goal or 2 goals? But then when you get to the end, it only talks about what happens if you don't make it with 1 goal or 2 goals, not 2 goals or 4 goals. And so it's just not clear. The committee's or the pilot's recommendation is that each cohort has a goal that is either ELA or math. The only other thing that we think the legislature might meant is that you have a goal that is ELA and math. Well, the problem with that is if you put those together, you need different interventions. And even have a cohort that has an ELA and a math goal, you might not have the same students in the cohort for math that you would have for ELA. And so we just need to get that clarified. The pilot districts think, as we're starting, having 2 cohorts, each with 1 goal, is the best place to start. And again, as I've said since 2024, my goal in this is that we set up a process that makes so much sense, is that before we get to 2032, the legislature says, this is such good work, we don't need a penalty phase to get people to do it. So that's a work in progress for what we're trying to get done. We did meet with Representative Estes yesterday. Just the way this works, we have to get permission to work with a reviser from a legislator to get a bill drafted. So that's in process. And we really need this to happen as quickly as possible because we're going to start training in January at the curriculum leaders. And we've got to we need to know what we're training on before we can get the training too far along. So Representative Estes certainly understood that. And so I think we can get things moving and hopefully get some of these things clarified. And I think with that, that's all that I had.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Jim?
I get real concerned. I mean, it's not going to surprise anybody. I get real concerned whenever we only use state assessments. And the reason is practical. During No Child Left Behind, schools made tremendous progress in state assessments. Now, did they teach reading better, or did they teach test taking? During that time, at the beginning of that, I served as assistant director of a professional development center in Missouri. We spent most of our time helping people learn test taking skills, and they shot up remarkably. But we didn't see less students needing remediation in college. So I'm not sure that accurately measures what we want to. Is it an important part? Yes. But is it actually measuring student progress? And I would argue that it may not.
And so I will say that the other test that can be used is the ACT or the ACT work keys. But that would be if you have if you start with an 8th grade cohort and move on with that. So that's another way to do it. It also says that the state board can approve other measures. The pilot group did not have any measures they wanted to recommend at this time. But it also says that if the grade takes a state assessment, you have to use state assessment. So that's one of the reasons why they decided not to try to come up with other tests to use.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it okay if I make a comment about the cell phone bill?
No.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
This board declined to formally issue guidance after the task force met and came back and presented. That was a number of months ago, and I think that we just weren't, as a board, we weren't in a place where we were ready to take that step. And so I think that part of the reason that we're seeing these two bills on cell phones is because they see what we know, which is this is something that should happen in schools. Kids should be putting the phones away. You've heard me from this seat say many times, I want to see less screen time across the board. But I think that this is a consequence, perhaps, of us not taking that action and issuing that guidance. So just kind of wanted to beat on the drum of this is why guidance can be useful.
Right.
And I want to say real quick that I've also, when folks from across the street, when legislators reach out and say, what do you think of this bill? I remind them that, yes, I'm all for everything in the bill, and no, I don't think that it's their place to be passing this bill, because really this is something that should sit with our local boards.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they are making a mistake.
Yeah. When I really have thought through lots of rantings in my own head about the whole thing on many levels and all the things, I don't think we were wrong in not issuing hardcore guidance, because we truly have always stood very firmly on local control. Our hope, at least from my place, was that with the research given and with the task force work, ta-da, like everybody would like, oh, well, that makes perfect sense, and just run with it. So there I go for, what my thinking was. Danny?
Respectfully, quick follow-up.
Oh, sorry.
I would say that when this board issues guidance, the goal there is to get districts to take that local control, own it, and then make a decision, even if the decision is to do nothing.
Yeah.
So that's why I lean on that guidance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guidance, and there's been some really good local boards that made some great policies for their particular district, and some didn't. But what I found out is that actually the local boards don't want to have any gumption to say we need to have a policy. They want to be able to say, hey, this is what we have to do because the government is telling us that's what we have to do. I'm amazed, absolutely amazed, at how many local boards want us to tell them what to do so they can not take responsibility.
Yeah.
Until you tell them to do something they don't want to do.
Mm-hmm. So
I will say that 33 states have similar laws in place right now. Most of them are that the district will have a policy. There are a couple of states that have it's actually illegal for a student to have a cell phone at school. So it's so the state did it versus telling the district they have to do it. I having spent a lot of time in schools and dealing with buildings where the district made a policy, I think the best chance of a really successful implementation is that if the community comes to the decision on their own that this is what we need to do. When somebody else tells you you have to do it, I've just not seen implementation go as well as that, hey, this is our thing. We need to do this thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
That's a tough thing to wrestle with when it's like, yeah, you should really do this. And when you go from you should do this to you shall do that. And that's what the question is here.
Yeah.
One thing I will add is that KSDE, I am planning to offer neutral testimony on this bill because there's language that we would like to see them change. So I will say when I do that the department does not take a position on the intent of the bill, but we have concerns with some language. And so you may see me do that more often. And again, the state board takes a position, proponent or opponent, because some committees don't let us talk if we don't submit testimony, we'll submit neutral testimony so that we can bring to light some things that we think are technically concerning about the bill, not about whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But if you're going to do it, please make this change.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Watson?
I just want to reiterate both what Frank said and Jim said, which is, so I'll start with Jim. Why did the No Child Left Behind, why did we go to test prep? Because you moved what should have been a good locally adopted policy of moving academic achievement into a law.
Federal on top.
And when you move to a law, you get compliance. When you stay out of a law or you have local boards, you get into doing really good work. But I agree, this is the old adage that you've heard me say a million times. We all love local control until we don't. So here districts are saying, well, tell us to do that until you look at that list. Most of those, they don't want those. So I think all of us are saying when you're dealing with this, whether it's raising student achievement or do you have a cell phone in a school or anything else, if you believe the research is compelling that you should do that work, you should do that work. And you should get after doing that work. Otherwise, laws will drive a lowest common compliance. And you will always have unintended consequences when you do that. And you won't know what those are until you play it out in the law.
Okay. Thank you, sir, very much.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
your time. Bless you as you go across the street.
I'll be back next month.
Okay, thank you. While Dr. Curtis is coming forward for part 2 of dyslexia initiatives, I want to say, since we're on legislative talk, next Tuesday, January 20th, is Literacy Day in the Capitol. I think I failed to say that last month. So there will be things going on in the rotunda, lots of things happening. I and Dr. Watson will both be speaking, so if you can be there, that would be great. We would love to have more the merrier. Welcome, Dr. Curtis.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
No.
No? Yes? No?
Get it as close to as you can.
Okay. It's great to be back, Madam Chair, members of the board. For part 2, I'm going to talk to you just a little bit, review 2 things. I promise I'm not going to go through last month's slides, but I just did want to remind you about what the science of reading is, that body of research. It's about teaching and assessment, prevention and intervention, and it's about reading and writing. And so what I'm going to be talking about today is going to take what we talked about last month. We talked specifically about dyslexia and the new definition. And that's just a certain number of children along that continuum that need additional help for a certain reason. Today we're going to focus on what all kids need. So with that, I wanted to also just remind you that also what we're going to talk about is based on some of these models that we know can guide our instruction. And this is that reading rope, Scarborough's reading rope, that was designed for parents to help explain the complexities of reading. And so what I just want to remind everyone before we move forward is that as we talk about curriculum or we talk about balanced literacy, we're going to talk about that as opposition to structured literacy, what we do now, that anytime we talk about what we teach children, it's all of this. It's not just decoding. It's not just decoding words and sounds and letters, but it's also vocabulary and understanding the comprehension that needs to be taught as we work with kids in reading. So one of the things I wanted to talk about today is this ladder of reading, because you might be like me or some of my kids, my own children, who just seem to pick up reading like that. It just wasn't that hard. We were around books. My mom is a teacher. My dad liked to read us, and it just happened. And if you look at this ladder of reading, you can see about 5 to 10% of children just kind of pick it up. And I had one of my own kids at 4 who could read. But I will say that when she hit 4th grade, kind of hit a wall. Because then she had to read to really understand things, and it became harder, and the text became harder. And so about 5 to 10% of our kids kind of pick up reading pretty easily. And another 30 to 35%, they can learn just fine with other methods of teaching. But as you look at that ladder where it starts to turn pink or red, you'll see 40 to 45% require a very code-based structured program. And 10 to 15% of those kids need that intensive work, additional help, that tier 2, tier 3 support. And so while we were using that balanced literacy approach to reading, we weren't really meeting the needs of about half our kids. If you look at where we are right now, we see we have a lot of kids that really are struggling. We need to make sure that in every classroom in Kansas, we're using that systematic approach to reading. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. But before I talk about structured literacy and why what we're doing in the state of Kansas is really important, I wanted to just clarify for any of you when you hear balanced literacy, if you maybe aren't quite sure what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to give you the one-pager on this. So we talked about balanced literacy as a way to get from whole language, word first ways of teaching. We decided to call it balanced literacy by putting in some phonics. That's a balance, right? And so we would teach the way we were teaching. You've heard Dr. Watson describe how he learned to read. We'll add in a little bit of phonics. And we'll call it balanced literacy. But the reality is there is no clear definition for balanced literacy. If you look for that definition, it's all over the place. Did that mean 30 minutes of intense phonics instruction taught a certain way? No. It just meant you made sure that you were teaching some phonics along with the other things that you were doing. And another thing that comes through balanced literacy is we talk about 3Qing. Maybe you've heard about it in laws, but maybe no one's taken, I think I maybe once took some time to explain it, but I wanted today to just clarify what 3Qing is. Because a lot of us as parents or grandparents, we might use 3Qing if we're sitting next to our child reading a story. But the reality is that isn't how you teach reading. It might be what happens when you share a book with a child that you love, but it is not teaching reading. So what 3Qing looks like is when a child has a book in front of them and they come to a word they don't know, you say something like, take a look at that first letter, honey. Does that look right? Get your mouth ready to read. So that draws their attention to the initial letter of a word. And then we say, give it a go. So they might guess a word. And then we say, did that sound right? A lot of times that has to do with, did you need a noun or a verb there? Do you know the sentence structure? Does that sound right? And then we might say, look at the picture. Do you think that's right? These are the strategies that struggling readers use to guess words. And it works as long as we're using a picture book, a predictable book. But once pictures go away and text gets stronger, it's more difficult to read, students struggle because they've never learned decoding every letter. And we know from my research is that our brains so quickly look at all of the letters in a word. That's how we can decide house isn't horse when we don't have a picture. We orthographically, we have mapped in our brains what those words look like and what each of those letters, how each of those letters plays into the way that word is spelled and the way it looks on text. So that's what 3Qing is. It's using cues to help kids guess words without really explicitly teaching them how to decode using the letters and sounds and spellings in words. A lot of times in balanced literacy, we used very predictable books, and kids would memorize them. If any of you are familiar with brown bear, what do you see? I see a red bird looking at me. Red bird, what do you see? I see a yellow duck looking at me. So if you can memorize that and you know the color yellow and you know that's a duck, you can read the book. And as a kindergarten teacher, that felt really good. My kids saw themselves as readers. They were happy. And their parents sometimes said, I think they're just memorizing that. And I would say things like, well, they're seeing themselves as a reader. We're going to work on that. We're going to look at these sight words. We're going to be moving on. But the reality is, as that continues, as kids get older, we have a problem because texts aren't always predictable. We have to teach kids the code because just getting close, house and horse, isn't enough. We have to be accurate. We have to teach students to decode the letters and the sounds. And another thing that I think most critical to what we see in our state assessment results right now is that in balanced literacy, we leveled kids. We put them in levels of readers. You might have heard about leveled readers. So a level A, you could call it a 1 or an A, it depends on the system you're using. It might just be bird, picture of a bird. Dog, there's a picture of a dog. And kids start reading, blue, there's the color blue. That's a level A. Then it might be the bird, the dog, the sun. And then it might be the dog is big, the cat is big, whatever it is. And as more words got placed on a text and there was more, a lengthier text, the levels went up. And we thought that we needed to teach students in their instructional level where they didn't struggle too much. We're going to keep them there and we're going to work on practice with that level of text. But the reality is when that happens, sometimes our students, let's say I'm a second grader, a third grader, I'm struggling. My teacher's working with me at that instructional level. I never saw grade level text because I was kept at my instructional level. And that wasn't at third grade level. I was maybe reading at the first grade or the beginning second grade level, and I stayed there. But then guess what happens? We take the third grade state assessment. And in that state assessment, I'm looking at third grade text. And I haven't really had to do much work with third grade text because I've been using a balanced literacy approach. And that's what we're changing in Kansas. We have to learn how to scaffold students to read grade level text and not keep them in a leveled reader that might be lower than grade level text. Oops, who knows what I just pushed there. So this is what structured literacy is. And if you look at the left side of that, those elements, that is what a lot of our other curriculum, even in balanced literacy, we still taught phonemes and graphemes. That's just sounds and letters. We taught syllables and stress patterns. We taught morphemes, how you would prefixes, suffixes, root words. We did some of that, vocabulary instruction, sentence structure, grammar. However, the big difference in structured literacy is what is on the right side. That now it's very explicit. A lot of direct instruction, it's systematic, there is a scope and a sequence to what we teach, so there aren't gaps in our instruction. It's cumulative. We make sure kids have the prerequisite knowledge so they know what they need to know to learn the new thing. It's very interactive. Kids are busy doing things with the text, reading, writing, listening, speaking. There's prompt, accurate feedback, not kids wandering around in centers waiting for their time to talk with the teacher or work with the teachers. They're doing work all the time, very urgent work. And it's data-driven. We're looking at data as we make our decisions. And speaking of those decisions, to secure the best outcome, we need accurate information. We need accurate data. So one of the things that we do in the state of Kansas is we provide universal screeners for reading. And that's called a universal screener because everybody gets it. Everyone. Whether anyone thinks you struggle or doesn't think you struggle, everyone gets it because, to be honest, as kids get older, they try to kind of fly under the radar. And if we don't assess everyone, we don't know who needs our help. We do it 3 times a year, kindergarten through fall of 9th grade, and we continue it if they aren't at the 40th percentile. Now, why would we screen kids 3 times a year when they passed it the first time? Because what we're screening for changes skill-wise as kids get older. As they move through that year, we expect more of them. So we do our screeners 3 times a year. It does not test for dyslexia. I have parents that will ask me, don't you test for dyslexia 3 times a year? We do universal screening because that is a screener for risk. That tells us there is something going on. That doesn't mean the child has dyslexia, but it means we need to look farther. We need to figure out what's going on. Was it just a bad day? Or is there something else we need to look at? And so after a child would flag at some risk or high risk from a dyslexia universal screener, which I shouldn't have even said dyslexia screener, a universal screener, then we have to know what to do to look farther. And I will tell you, I had an awful holiday. I hope you had a wonderful holiday. I was sick the whole holiday. Between kid germs, grandkid germs, my own germ, whatever was going on. I made multiple trips to the doctor. And it doesn't matter what I go to the doctor for, they do the same things. They're going to take my temperature, or they weigh me. They're going to take my temperature, they're going to do blood pressure, and they're going to talk to me, no matter what it is. They're talking to you or examining you because they're doing an observation. Now, all of those things that they did every time I went, even though I said I was just here 4 days ago, and they're like, oh, sorry, we do this all. This is a universal screening procedure. They're doing that because although those things, my fever, my blood pressure, what I say, how I look, tells them there's a problem, it doesn't tell them what the problem is. Our universal screeners that we do for children for reading risk tells us there's a problem, but it does not tell us what to do about that problem. So we don't just take kids that screen at risk and then put them all in a group and help them, because we don't know what to help them with yet. We have to do additional diagnostic assessment. And so when I go to the doctor and I've got that fever or whatever, they're like, they talk to me and then they're like, you know, we might need to do some blood work. We might need to do an x-ray. We might need to do something else, because a universal screener then finding you're at risk says you've got to figure out what to do. And so in our schools, we provide additional assessments based on the results of our screeners. And that tells us how to help that child. That tells us what we need to do, because just saying there's a problem in fluency doesn't tell us, is it an accuracy problem? They can't decode the word correctly, or is it a speed? Is it a rate thing? They aren't reading fast enough. What's the problem? Because we would do different things to help a child depending on what's wrong. So those diagnostic assessments tell us what the problem is and tell us what intervention we need to do. And then KSDE does provide guidance on that. And in the dyslexia handbook, we have 2 flow charts, one for K-8 and one for secondary students. And most of the assessments that are on here are not assessments you have to pay for. A lot of them are free, but it explains if you have a student that screens at risk, then here are some things you might want to try, or here are some things. Or if they're not at risk, go and provide them that solid Tier 1 instruction based on the science of reading. So you can find these in the dyslexia handbook. You can also find them on our site. So those screeners, that diagnostic, and then we do something called progress monitoring. After we get kids into an intervention, we do some more assessment to make sure what we said we were doing for them works. We don't want to keep doing something that's not giving us the outcome we want. So if we put a child into an assessment and an intervention and we're working with them and it's not working, we have to say, do we have the wrong intervention? Or do they maybe need to come 4 days a week instead of 2? Do they need to come 30 minutes instead of 20 minutes? What is the dosage we need for that to make sure we're making the gains that that student needs? So it gives us an opportunity. Our screeners and our diagnostics give us an opportunity to help right away. We don't wait to fail. We help right away, decide what we need to do. It informs how much or what type of intervention they might need, and then it lets us know if that intervention is working or not. So what is critical to do those things that I just mentioned? Well, highly trained educators in structured literacy. Because as important as universal screening is, a teacher that is providing strong core Tier 1 instruction using good materials, high quality standards aligned materials, uses accurate assessment and data analysis, knows how to look at that data and know, is this working or not working? What do I need to do about it? And then having a system, a school system dedicated to our school improvement, that's what it takes to get students the help that they need. Do you have a question?
Yes, Betty.
Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question, if we could back up a little bit, because you mentioned, was it the screeners or the diagnostics? Some were free, others not. Can you touch on that a little more?
Sure. Well, so let's just talk about a diagnostic. You can use, let's say the PAST is one of the diagnostics. If I have a student who I see is at some or great risk or high risk in our screener, then I can actually go online, or we can provide that PAST assessment, which is a phonological assessment that tells us like what exact sounds are they not able to read? Can they break words apart? Can they put words together? So those are assessments that you can get online. If you have taken letters training, they have a vast number of assessments that are included in letters training as well. So we've provided that with letters training, or there are also assessments on that screening flowchart where they can go out and get those assessments.
And the one when you say there's a charge, I assume that's for the families to pay?
Well, it would usually be for a district. If there was some other tool. For example, some districts still choose, even though it's not required by us to do MAP assessments, there's a cost for that. So there are different assessments that districts do choose to pay for. But those diagnostic screeners, we can get them either through the letters training that we've done, or there are other training tools that are out.
All right, thank you for that distinction.
Sure. So those 4 things that I had listed are all encompassed in our school improvement model. So if I'm not going to take, I know I only have a few minutes, so if I took all of those, I could show you that resource allocation, if you do have to pay for some test and you need to change budgets on that, educator evaluation to make sure our teachers are doing what they need to provide that strong core of instruction, the professional learning you're doing through letters training for structured literacy, all the way through our school improvement model, whether it's the fundamental of structured literacy, standards alignment, our balanced assessment, knowing how our screeners work in those diagnostics, or quality instruction, which is all about the best instruction for reading and writing for our students. It's all in our school improvement model. Mm-hmm. KSDE does provide supports. Actually, if you look, if you search KSDE dyslexia, most of these will come up on the page that I manage, or if you search high quality instruction, Kansas, our materials will come up and you'll find almost everything there, or you can contact me if there's anything you want to find, or get my newsletter. There are lots of other pieces to this puzzle. Today I just wanted to talk a little bit about structured literacy and diagnostic processes and screening. But if you ever invite me back, I have a whole lot of other things I would love to visit about. So any other questions?
Don't see any. Thank you so much. That's good information. Oh, I'm sorry. Beryl does have one. No worries.
Thank you, Dr. Curtis. So I'm just thinking about all the assessments that our students have to take. And I'm wondering if any of the general benchmark assessments provide the information that you'd need in order to have to begin the screening assessments with that select group of students, or do those come into play at all? I know for reading instruction and for math instruction, there are scheduled benchmark assessments to measure students' progress. So any information come from those that could be used to keep the general, tier 1, I guess, group from having to take a whole nother set of assessments for reading?
So the only requirements that we ask for is this universal screening in our state assessments, unless you're doing something like with CALPA or some of that. But when you do your screening assessments, there are ways to look deeper into that data, just like I was talking about fluency. Is it accuracy or is it rate? So it's also important to give teachers professional development about using those reports that come from our screeners so they know what to do with that information. But then usually their core instructional materials that they're using, their high quality instructional materials, will guide them in other assessments. So if a system is doing a lot of other assessment, other than that progress monitoring, if a child is in an intervention, you want to make sure it's working. We do that. But other than that, those are district decisions and classroom decisions based on the materials they're using. So I could maybe talk specific cases with you if you want, but we don't require a lot of assessment, but we do require our screening and state assessments.
Dr. Curtis, how long does it take to do the screener?
So these screeners are 1 minute skill tests. So it's just a few minutes with each child usually. Now as kids get older, they're able to do them on online and sometimes, whole class. There's also other assessments like a spelling inventory that you can do whole class. That gives you a lot of valuable information, and all children write those words at the same time. So selecting assessments that you can do that way, it's really helpful.
Yeah, I was curious about the screeners. Since they're doing it 3 times a year, I was just wondering, how much time does that take?
Yeah,
So,
they're very short, and a lot of that is because they're timed. And that used to bother me a lot with children. I'm like, why are we timing them? But the reality is, in order to read, our brains have to process quickly. Yeah. And the idea of how fast it is, how automatic it is, gives us a lot of information about their struggle to read.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Okay, up next, hello. So the chair of the policy committee, member Melanie Haas, is going to chat with us. I know Dr. Hess is available as well. About an action item on the language for the threshold amount. And, I'll let you do your thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board did not have a lot of questions last month, so I will simply remind you that because of KSDE's strong internal controls, the procurement threshold for KSDE has been raised officially from $10,000 to $25,000. And my ask of the board today is simply that the board allows for a change in the policy manual at the behest of Dr. Hess, because it's good to have these things written down for clarity. And so this way you can go to the policy manual and just read that those are the new threshold, or that is the new threshold. Happy to entertain any questions.
Well, I would also say that I don't know how long it's been at 10,000, but in the light of inflation, it makes sense to me as well. Long time?
Long time.
Anyone can remember.
Okay, well, that alone pretty much sizes it up in my mind as well. So, Debbie.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So did you address in it cumulative spending on these contracts so that it doesn't become a 24,000 plus 24,000 plus 24,000 kind of event?
I think we talked about that last month.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, those would be contracts. So in the event of a contract that is going to be cumulative and larger than that threshold, then it would come to the board.
Okay, and how would you, some contracts maybe you don't know how much it's going to be every month.
Well, I'll look to Dr. Hess on what he sees from his position.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's usually a not to exceed amount in all of them, right? Especially if it goes through RFP.
If you want to speak to it.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So how this works for most agency contracts is if it's something that's out for bid and it's a service, and the example I will provide here is special education complaint investigators, where we don't know how much will be invoiced each month. Those will be determined by the not to exceed amount for the contract. So, for example, the board last February, I believe, approved up to $400,000 in contracting for an RFP for special ed complaint investigators. So that is how we would do those types of things. Those contracts for those, where those amounts might vary per month, we sign one contract for a year, 2 years, however long it is, and it's that total amount that determines when we come to the board. And for a lot of those services, they're going to be well over that that $25,000 threshold. So it's the full amount of the actual legal agreement that is signed by the agency that triggers that.
So there'd be a limit of like 25,000 then for a year? So it will not exceed 25,000 for a year for it not to have to go through us?
He's saying it wouldn't exceed that for the contract, right?
Madam Chair, so the state procurement threshold is $25,000 per year, and so, or really just $25,000. So if we enter into a contract that is going to be $26,000 but paid over 2 years, we're going to have to go out for bid. That's going to come to the board.
Okay. Any other comments? No? Betty?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make the motion if you're ready. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education change the approval threshold of discretionary grants or contracts that are required to have state board approval from $10,000 to $25,000 and add this to the state board policy manual.
Do I have a second? Dennis? All in favor? Seven. Opposed? Two. Present not voting? One. 7-2-1. She was opposed. Yeah. So 7-2-1 passes. Thank you very much. Appreciate your work. Thank you, Dr. Hess. And yes, we're going to take a short break and be back at 2, I can't read that, 2:40. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Next up on our agenda, we get to hear from and honor our Superintendent of the Year, Dr. Reginald Eggleston. And to introduce him is our Commissioner, Dr. Watson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's a distinct pleasure. I want to tell you a little bit about this recognition and this award and how prestigious it is. So as you all know, we have 285 school districts and superintendents. Any of those can be nominated to be Superintendent of the Year. And that can happen in a variety of ways. It can be parents, it can be staff, it can be whoever in the community or outside the community. Then that process starts, eventually landing with finalists that go and interview with previous superintendents of the year. Not all, but the last 5. And that team then makes a recommendation throughout this long process of who will be the superintendent of the year. So there's one on any given year, but there's many that are nominated and go through that process. Dr. Eggleston is the current superintendent at Gary County Schools. I think you all, or most of you, know that. Junction City, as we would call it, but it's Gary County Schools, serves primarily the communities of Junction City and Fort Riley, but also the communities surrounding there. Dr. Eggleston is not a native Kansan. He came previous. He worked at the Alabama State Department of Education before coming to take over the role at Gary County Schools. What you may not know about him is he is a colonel. And having served over 30 years in our military service, including several of important actions and operations in conflict, and so I'm sure he'll talk about that. But he's a great friend. He exhibits, I think, the qualities that we all want in a great superintendent. And so if you would help me welcome the Kansas Superintendent of the Year, Dr. Reginald Eggleston.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to stand here before you, Dr. Watson. Thank you for those kind words. It's truly an honor to be here today. And first I have to say, I'm really blessed to have a great staff that I work with. No one can elevate to any level of success without others being a part of that journey. And I'm truly aware of that, whether it's my staff, my wife, all the individuals who make this a reality. And so, again, I say thank you to all of them, and they've heard those words before. My journey in education is probably not unusual. I started off as a special education teacher. And then my first job became an assistant principal, and the primary reason for that was because of my background in special education. They wanted someone who had an understanding of the law and knew how to use the law in a manner that would be most beneficial to our young people and helping teachers as well as meeting the needs of students. And then from there, I became a high school principal, loved it, thought that that would be the job I would do all of my life. And next thing I know, I was tagged to become a director of special education and moved from there to an assistant superintendent. And then, as Dr. Watson said, my last job in Alabama, I was the chief administrative officer over state intervention. And so sat there and started thinking. I remember having conversations with many people about the role of the superintendent. Because as the chief administrative officer, my role was to go in and take over underperforming schools. And that kind of opened my eyes to why not be proactive? Get your own district, work with teachers, work with your administrators, work with the Board of Education and the community, and put the right measures in place in order to help young people be successful. And so that was the motivation for taking that leap and moving to Kansas. What was unique and what is unique about my district is 50% of our students are military connected. So on Fort Riley, we have 5 schools, 4 elementary and 1 middle school. And I have to admit, it's like the best of both worlds for me. Being that I am in the Army Reserves, I know the language, and I'm able to connect with families. Like right now, we have deployments that are happening on Fort Riley now, soldiers who are going overseas, leaving their families. And so for us, we are that safety net for them. We provide supports and resources and assurance that we have your back and that we're here for you. And so that's the important role there. And then on the civilian side, it's just loving on everybody. It's just the opportunity to help everyone be the very best. So really proud to have the opportunity to serve in the capacity that I have. I have a great Board of Education. We work along hand in hand in order just to meet the needs of our community. And as you know today, there are always questions, concerns, philosophies that exist. And so it takes all of us in order to help meet those needs, help clear up misunderstandings, address misrepresentation of information, and just help everyone be on the same page. So truly honored to have that opportunity to work with my board and everyone as we do. And let me say before I move forward, thank you for your leadership. The decisions you make impact all of us. When Dr. Watson talked about the number of school districts across the state, we rely on you and your leadership, your discernment, your ability to send that guidance out to us so that we can sit down with our leadership teams and unpack that to determine how that's going to impact the way we do business. So again, let me say thank you for what you do as well. Okay. Should I open the floor for questions?
Yes, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Eggleston, you just started to tell me in private before our break ended that you're in the reserves, and so you travel and you train. Can you tell us? I mean, you kind of mix military with education everywhere you go, it seems like.
It's interesting. So I'm on the training side of the Army, and so I have 5 battalions, and we train cadets, individuals who want to become future officers in the Army, regardless if it's active duty, National Guard, or the Army Reserves. And so 2 of my battalions serve as adjunct professors of military science, and they go to universities all across the country, and they support those programs. They go out to the field, they do dining in, dining out. They teach them the basics of being a soldier. But during the summer, we take all of these cadets to Fort Knox, Kentucky, and we train them on field operations. We give them a taste of what the Army life looks like and sounds like, and we introduce them to all the different opportunities, the different careers, the different options that exist, so that when they return, they can sign the dotted line and say that they want to commit to the program and eventually graduate and go off and be second lieutenants and serve in our nation's Army. And so that's what we're trying to do, is create those opportunities. We build on the education that they receive. That's why a quality K-12 education is so important, because we build on that and hope that they're able to now go forward and lead other men and women in danger. And that's really the role that they're going to play.
Okay,
So in my mind, that sounds like post-secondary success. If someone chooses that path.
It is. That is absolutely correct.
You know, and if I understand it, we still have a disconnect with our government recognizing that in our graduation.
We're so close, though.
Okay.
We're so close to that.
Yeah, I'm just, that's just really interesting how you've been able to do that and do a balancing act. I congratulate you on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Too, and besides what you do right here.
Yes, sir.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Eggleston, I don't have a question. I just want to comment that I so appreciate your leadership. You have been one of the best communicators. When I look across the state and I think about the emails that I get and how do I learn about different districts, you are so good about sending this board emails, letting us know what's happening in your district, and inviting us out. And I tell people all the time, especially if I'm talking to a superintendent, the best thing you can do is invite board members, local board, this board, lawmakers across the street, into your schools so that they can see what's going on. And you've really walked that walk, and I so appreciate it. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to get there. It's not a short drive for me, but I will keep looking for those invitations because one of these days I'm going to make it out there. So I just really appreciate the way that you are proactively reaching out and always keeping us informed. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Eggleston, I don't have a question. It's a comment. And I suppose you're in that position of receiving our positive feedback. I really appreciate your background. And I will say this specifically. I served on a local board, 259, where JROTC is an important part. And it was amazing how, when I served on their executive board, how many students I saw a turnaround on how they viewed life, how they viewed their civic responsibility, how reminding them of that changed the scope, changed the direction. Kids that were problems, and I just have to share with the board. I had this one JROTC student, and my question to him was, what did this provide for you? And he said, ma'am, it taught me how to respect my mother. Mm. Came from a single family household and was a problem until he got involved. So it is from that basis that I move forward to what you are able to bring to the table. And it has to be that genuine caring that you credit your staff, you credit those that surround you. But I will say what I know about a lot of innovative teachers, they look at the leadership. So while you're giving credit to them, I want to give credit to you because it's obviously because of your style of leadership that you've made a difference, and to have as many systems select you as Superintendent of the Year says a lot about you. So my heartfelt congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Eggleston, I think you know I'm a huge fan of yours, and I'm so grateful to how warmly you and your district have welcomed me, even when I was a candidate, to come down and sit in the school board meetings, and then afterward inviting me to the start of the year activities, which I thoroughly enjoyed. So thank you so much for that. I think it means a lot when we know that people aren't trying to do things behind a closed door or curtain, but they're exposing themselves as role models for so many. And so I know your staff loves you, and I want you to know that I appreciate so much all the things that you do, and especially your model leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jim?
Well, I don't have a question either, and I agree with everything that everybody said, but there's one thing I want to observe, and that is whenever I went to the banquet where you were honored, I noticed a lot of pictures with kids. And obviously, you have a relationship with the students because I saw so many kids with bow ties. And I think it's so important for leaders to be seen by, because I've told people so many times, you can tell kids how much you support them, but they know when you're there. And so I was really impressed with, I've been impressed with everything I've heard, and I agree with everything everybody said, but I was especially impressed that you obviously cared so much for individual kids.
Thank you.
Well, I do have a question. You know, one of our board goals is quality leadership development. So what would you say you do, and that maybe the board can take in, KSD can take in, that really helps build strong leadership in those around us and in those, and I'm sure you do that in a peer way as well as your staff. So is there anything, hopefully that made sense, is there anything that you can give us back that just kind of heightens what it takes to really develop that leadership in people?
I think the first thing is just one, being present, letting people know that you are there for them and giving them an opportunity to share their concerns with you Not that you have to have all the answers, but that you are there with them and that you will help them find the solution to the problem. In this day and time, I think a lot of people get stuck or just kind of paralyzed because they're looking for a 100% solution. And in most of the problems we have, there is no such thing as a foolproof solution. There's a 60, 70, maybe 80% solution, and then we have to figure out how to manage the rest. And if we can help people with that, I believe success can be greater and people will be more open to taking risk and doing even greater things for the individuals whom they serve. I think that's the biggest challenge that I find, even with my team, reassuring them that it's okay. It's all right to take risks. It's okay. As long as you have the data, as long as you have the rationale, as long as you have the things that are necessary to substantiate the effort, then I think we can move forward. But if we are afraid, as you know, if things will remain the same. And so I think if you can be present and help individuals understand there is no 100% solution and taking risk is okay. We learn from the mistakes that we make. Even as leaders at our age, we still learn, and we are lifelong learners. And as long as we reinforce that, I believe there's greater things for us to accomplish on the horizon.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Dr. Eggleston, you're a member of our executive leadership group. This board provided some funding for that entire KED system. And maybe to tag on to what Chair Hopkins asked, the development of superintendents in Kansas, development of principal leadership, I know you're involved in that. Could you just speak to that, how you see that for others and how this board can help grow the next generation of leaders in Kansas?
Well, first, let me say thank you for that opportunity, because it is tremendous to be able to sit in the room with your peers and to challenge each other to come up with ideas and to work through situations that exist and to know that there are endless opportunities that we can pursue in order to meet the needs of our students. I would encourage you, Dr. Watson, everyone involved to continue with that effort. As we progress, we need to start selecting the best and brightest for the leadership roles that exist within the state. And we need them to experience success and remain in place for a long period of time. I think part of the challenge across the nation is the turnover rate that's occurring at the building level and at the district level. We know that longevity means something. However, I don't think we hear those terms enough that we want people to remain in place. Now, no one's perfect. So that means some errors may be made, but as long as no one's making an illegal or unethical error, we can work through that. Right. That's a teachable moment. So I think we need to continue to invest in our leaders, choose and identify those individuals early, put them on the leadership track, and give them an opportunity to be in those roles in their individual districts, as well as even from a state standpoint, if there are opportunities that can be provided, because that's going to be critical as we move forward. Our young people deserve good leaders. Our teachers need good leaders, and they don't need someone. We don't need to play musical chairs every year with those leadership roles. That's just very important.
Yes, absolutely. Very well said. Thank you very much. Anything else? Anybody? We just appreciate you. Obviously, you got to hear that plenty, and we're just so thankful that you could come before us today and we could express it once again, being at the banquet or whatever they were calling it, gala, actually, I guess is what they were calling it, was really, really fun to just experience that environment as well. So thank you for coming and driving over and letting us hear from you. We appreciate you.
Truly an honor, and thank you. It's good to see everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have up next, we're going to act on higher education, 3 different items that we received last month. Thank you, Catherine, for coming before us. This was standards for visually impaired, technology
and engineering. And then the Evaluation Review Committee also has a recommendation for a program approval renewal for the Kansas Independent College Association.
Okay.
2 sets of new standards, freshly revised standards, and then 1 program to consider.
Okay, and so we have 2 motions on the table for those items. Do we have any comments or questions from last month's receive? Was there anything?
Yeah.
Yes, Nanny?
So on grades 6 through 12, so engineering
Could you get your mic
preparation
on?
programs,
Thank you.
learners is defined as children, including those with disabilities or exceptionalities who are gifted, and students who represent diversity based on ethnicity, race, socioeconomic status, gender, language, religion. Why do we need all that in there? Why does that have to be in there?
It's been on the document as it goes from one set to another, and so they left it on there. If it needs to be edited, we could do that. You'll notice the definition of learner for visually impaired just says learner is defined as children, including those with disabilities or exceptionalities. So it was just saving the draft for the next set of standards. It got changed between one and the next.
It happens, right? Things just get copied and pasted, and we don't always stop and think about it. So maybe we could put that as a comment back at them for future?
This is your moment to make a decision.
Oh, okay.
So if you would prefer that be edited to match the visually impaired standards, I can absolutely do that.
Board comments?
Me personally, yes. I make a motion that somebody help me with that.
Clean up the, have it match the visually impaired. Well, no, he's not saying the gender language. He's saying all of it. So what was it you read for the visually impaired that says?
The visually impaired definition of a learner. Learners is defined as children, including those with disabilities or exceptionalities.
Okay, so is that what you would like it to say? Does that work?
I'd be okay with that.
So if we could copy, so the motion to copy what the visually impaired standards say into the technology ones.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Debbie seconds. All in favor? Eight. Opposed? Okay. That would be great. So, does anybody want to make a motion if there are no other comments or concerns or discussion for 12A, the educator prep provider standards?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize.
Okay, Betty?
Ready? Yes. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the new educator preparation program standards for technology and engineering education for 6 through 12 and visually impaired education B3 through pre-K 12.
Okay. Second, Beryl? Oh, sorry, Connie. All in favor? Okay, 10-0 vote on that one. Next up is the Evaluation Review Committee recommendations. And so we just had the one for the program approval?
Yes.
For Kansas Independent College Association.
Are you ready, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Evaluation Review Committee for program approval for the Kansas Independent College Association.
Second? Connie? All in favor? 10-0 vote. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Where are we? Okay, another action item. We have Dean, say your last name? Zeitz in front of us again on the RFP for the Kansas Integrated and Accountability System. Want to give us the real quick recap, like really quick?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins and members. Yes, today is we're bringing before you the opportunity to act on and authorize the RFP that I came in and updated on last time. So again, this is for to provide ongoing maintenance and support and upkeep for the suite of authenticated applications that have already been built and that our team, the Special Education and Title Services team, has utilized for the last 10 years and hopes to use them for another 10 years with maintenance to carry out the oversight and monitoring and supports that we do have to do under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, the Individuals with Disability Education Act, and the related state programs that tie into that.
Okay.
And so with that, open up to any questions you may have.
Okay, Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to actually delay this vote
Because?
just because of all the data and stuff. I'd like to go in deeper in all the data, who can get the data,
It's housed here, correct?
Yes.
There's more. It just seems like we need to more detail about where everything's going and how how people get there. I'm just not trusting that. Not that you're doing anything wrong. It's just I'm not trusting how all that works together and who can get it and who can't get it. So I'd like a little more in-depth. Oh, Christ, Danny, when I read my maintenance requirements, the data requirements.
Yeah, like you said, they've been using it for 10 years to align with
I know,
and respond to the laws under all the things. I don't know. Are you making a motion, Danny? Does anybody have any other comments on that line? Jim?
Yeah, it's been about 10 years since I retired, but is this, if I recall on an authenticated application, as the superintendent, I had to give access.
Correct.
And nobody could view it except those specific people that had access. And so, for instance, let's say the people that were eligible for free and reduced lunch, you just simply didn't give access, except to those people that actually critically needed to know that. So there's all sorts of, it may have changed in 10 years, but there was all sorts of safeguards.
Correct. You're correct. This is a system by which we collect information from our schools and districts, and there's that tight control of access that, and so for instance, for like Mr. Porter, the local superintendent in most cases is the person who's authorized to then designate whom else within the district may be entering information on their behalf. Or that may be designated. But at the end of the day, once the information is entered, it is, at no point does the vendor have access to any of the actual information. They do the programming, but it's KSDE IT folks that actually put the code on our servers, test it out, and then only after it's been tested and put through staging and kind of multiple steps along the way, only then is it made live. And the actual data that is collected is all brought internally. The information that's then collected, we then utilize for reports that we have to make directly to the U.S. Department of Education. But even for those, most of those we're not reporting in most instances student level, like actual individual student level data. Usually it's disaggregated, and anything that would be reported out has to go through the protocols of the Data Governance Board and the PII protocols of the department,
Yeah.
if that helps.
So is there a way you can show us how all that works?
Like with the...
Wouldn't understand it if you did.
Is for like the like maybe the data protocols that the agency follows with our Data Governance Board and that protocol that the agency follows? I mean, that's certainly something. I think I would think so. We would need to work. I would need to confer with our IT team and the Data Governance Board, who actually maintains the overall documentation for that. But I'm happy to follow up with that. And those would be the same rules and governance that would apply to our different applications.
So I would like to make a motion that we delay this one more month to get a little more information about all the data.
And Debbie seconds. All those in favor?
Discussion?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So what happens if we delay this vote? Is this going to hold up work that needs to be done on, I mean, this is security work that needs to, you've got to have, go ahead. I'll let you answer.
It would slow things down. Right. Yeah. So I will just not wanting to rush anyone, but just to orient to the timeline. May recall that originally this was work that we had brought to the board and had previously been approved to move forward with what we thought was going to be a sole source, but it was the Department of Administration and Procurement that said, no, you can't just do a sole source with the existing vendor. It has to go back out for RFP, and because of that, it triggered us needing to come back, the agency coming back here before you to request permission to do this again, but as an RFP. So we are already months behind where we had anticipated to be. So this would add additional time if the action is not taken today. If the action is taken today, that will allow us to move forward with the RFP,
Right.
which we'll just do the RFP process. We would still be soliciting the vendor, and as part of that process, this is something else that's different from even the first go around with this process is. We do now, as an agency, have to take anything that's IT related like that, and it actually goes through an additional level of security scrutiny outside of the agency with the technology with a separate part of the state. I can't think of the name of the group now. I don't think it's OITS, but there's an additional layer of review by the state that is specific to the IT and data integrity piece that also looks at the RFP specifications and helps provide feedback if they have concerns.
Was that legislation they passed recently?
I can't
Is that
speak
what
to
I'm
that.
thinking of?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I remember them having lots of conversation about cybersecurity all across the state agencies.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that's what it was. Jim?
So you could, before we actually vote on the vendor, you have plenty of time to address the concerns that Danny has expressed. Is that accurate?
We'd be happy to. I mean, I'm happy to follow up internally and ensure that we get whatever the documentation is for that.
If we were to vote to go ahead today to give permission to do the RFP, before we have to make a final vote on the vendor, you have plenty of time to address the concerns that have been expressed. Yes or no?
I think that's plenty of time for us to provide that information. That providing the information request, I think, is an easy lift. If I'm understanding the question.
The request is reasonable, but we need to move forward, in my view.
Melanie, did you have another comment?
Jim basically covered exactly what I was going to cover. Thank you.
Okay. I guess my question to you, sir, would be, is that really going to change your vote by delaying this? They've already been delayed once because of procurement changing rules or messing with what you were doing. This becomes a security issue if the whole thing isn't kept maintained. So, I mean, that's part of maintenance, is about security constantly being put in place to stay ahead of cyber attacks, whatever you want to call it. So I guess that would be my concern. Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any more discussion? Okay. All those in favor of delaying the vote today? Okay. All opposed? She voted no. Well, she voted yes. She voted with the motion. Connie, have you voted? No. Are you present not voting? Okay, so that's where you're hung up at. So the yeses were 4, 5, and 1. So the motion fails. Okay. Okay. So, Michelle, thank you.
Oh, okay. What was I voting? Okay, so Danny made the motion to delay it,
Correct.
and you're saying 4 people voted to delay the motion.
Correct.
I mean to delay the vote.
The vote, correct.
To another month. Okay. Okay, that's I want to
Okay.
make sure that. Okay, and then that motion failed.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Therefore, we still have in front of us the motion being asked to do this. So,
I'm sorry, has the motion been made
No.
to? Okay, then I would like
Okay.
to go ahead and do that motion. Madam Chair, thank you. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education authorize the Commissioner of Education to initiate the contract bid process to provide maintenance, technical support, and enhancements for the existing Kansas Integrated Accountability System necessary for oversight of Individuals with Disability Education Act, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and the Kansas Education for Exceptional Children Act for the period of execution through June 30th, 2030, in an amount not to exceed $1 million to be funded from ESSA and IDEA funds.
okay, do I have a second? Melanie? All those in favor? Thank you. Was that a yes, Dennis? Okay. So where are we at? 6. All those opposed? 2. Michelle's a no. Present not voting? 2. 622, is that what I got? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. We have a break on the agenda, so we will take a 10-minute recess.
Well, Scott's here.
Oh, Scott's here?
You want to go and
Wanna
take a
do
break?
Okay, let's do the PPC if everybody's okay.
Oh, she's not?
Oh, so we're not ready.
Okay.
Okay, well, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you. Hey, we are back after our break, and our next item on our agenda is acting on a recommendation by the Professional Practices Commission. And General Counsel Scott Gordon will give us the pertinent information.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and all the members of the State Board of Education. And I have to say hi to Deborah this month because I did not say hi to her last time. I felt very bad, so I want to make sure I said hello to her as well. And of course, hi, Mark. I know. Anyway, I really won't have much to say on this particular case because this was not a case brought by the Department of Education. I'm happy to answer any procedural questions you all may have. We have Dr. Ziegler, who sits as the vice chair of the Professional Practices Commission. Mr. Sanchez did not participate in this particular case. She was chair of the PPC during that, so any questions you may have for her, I think she'd be more than happy to summarize the position of the PPC and answer any fact-specific questions you may have for her. So Dr. Ziegler, if you're able to hear us and unmute yourself, it looks like we still have you on mute. There we go.
Okay.
And with that, I'll defer.
Okay. So Dr. Ziegler, if you want to just give us a quick overall version, that'd be
sure.
great.
Yeah, absolutely. So the matter that comes before you today is a recommendation from the Professional Practices Commission on a initial complaint that was filed, and the PPC reviewed this information in November. This was unique. We don't see a lot of cases that come to us in the manner of which this case came forward. And for those of you that may be familiar with me, I just want to be clear. I stated this in the meeting. I did fill in because the chair was absent. But I do work for the Shawnee Mission School District, and I was very clear in the deliberation and with those that were present that day that for the purposes of this case, I had no awareness of the complaint that was filed by my district nor the employment situation that is part of this. So I just want to be transparent about that up front.
Thank you.
The initial complaint was submitted by the district and was seeking suspension of the licensee's license, essentially for disrupting employment, the contract. Prior to coming to the PPC, there was a pre-hearing conference that was held just prior to that meeting date, and both parties were represented. And what they initially came to was to recommend or propose to the PPC without a hearing, which is also unique for us. There was no hearing held. A proposal to request consideration for censure of the license. So there was mutual consent at that point that came forward to the PPC to consider whether or not the PPC would recommend to the state board consideration for censure.
Okay.
PPC ultimately voted 6-1 to recommend to you censure, public censure of the licensee.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. And Mr. Gordon, okay. Mark, did you want to speak on behalf of the email that you put out, or?
I guess the only other question maybe that could go on the verbal report or record is how then it got to the ALJ or the hearing officer on that in terms of the conclusions. Okay, so the Professional Practices Commission is the one that issued the November order. Follow up.
Right. There was the parties presented, and this is common in almost every settlement case. I do the same thing when I have a settlement agreement. The parties proposed an initial order by which they both agreed on certain facts. That was presented to the Professional Practices Commission, I will say through the hearing officer. I believe the parties filed it with OAH, so the hearing officer was aware of it. That was the only set of facts, if you will. It replaced testimony or any kind of other evidence other than the other documents you received. And that was the basis by which the PPC voted. And so really they updated what the vote count was. They updated which PPC members were present during the hearing. And I think that was it. I don't think they made any changes. I don't think they made any unique findings. They just agreed with what the settlement agreement was.
Okay.
And I guess the follow-up is that the reason I took a look at this is because it is unique for a number of reasons pointed out by the PPC representative, but General Counsel Gordon usually shows up on these PPP cases as an advocate for the agency, and he's not a party to that. So I just wanted to recognize that distinction. He's answering questions are available to give the broader picture, but this was a proposed initial order or an amended proposed initial order arrived at by the parties themselves. And then as just a reminder of the process, if a licensee wants to appeal the decision, the final order of the state board, they would be taking that appeal to the district court, and you need to be sure that you have justification for the findings. So in the packet, in the short packet, agenda item 14, page 188, there's a motion that says a recommended motion, or in the alternative, any other conclusions or findings of fact and conclusions of law that it's within the will of the board to make that decision and not accept the public censure for the licensee. And then my job is to make sure that the final order incorporates some of the discussion that you have and the justification for your findings, whichever direction you would go. If it's a public censure, then you would be accepting the recommendations and the agreements, or if you find that the law requires a suspension for the remainder of the term, then you would need to have a little bit of dialogue and discussion as to what you believe is important about going in that alternative direction. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm assuming the names on my screen are old and I need to remove them. No, yours is not. Okay, Jim?
What usually happens when somebody breaches a contract?
Madam Chair, I assume that question's for me.
Yes.
I assume so too.
Since I'm looking at you.
Okay, well, I just want to be sure. I'm not aware of any case since at least 2012. No, yeah, 2012 is when I started, where if the licensee was found in breach of a contract, the state board did anything other than suspend the licensee for the remainder of the contract term.
Okay. Now, my next question is...
Dr. Ziegler?
Yeah, Dr. Ziegler, what were the extenuating circumstances that caused the Professional Practices Commission to do something other than what was normal? Was it normal this would be a long suspension or a one-year suspension, whereas this is just a censure, which in my view is a slap on the wrist? And secondly, did this person resign just after just a few days, right?
That's my understanding, based on the information before
That's
us.
what the information is. So that I may be asking the wrong person, but you're the only one here. So.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to respond to the first part of that question as well. I think the uniqueness, again, in my time on the PPC, it's rare that we would not have a hearing where we would have the opportunity to hear from the licensee and then also ask questions as part of that hearing process. So part of what was agreed upon prior to the November 14th PPC meeting is there was an agreement to not proceed with a hearing on both parties. So that was unique in itself, right? And we didn't have an opportunity to ask questions of the licensee or the district. And then with that, one of the considerations without having that opportunity is if this person were presently employed in another system, if we went to suspend, given we don't have the opportunity to ask more questions, would we be putting another school district or system that had already proceeded with an employment offer and a placement in jeopardy, and another classroom that would be impacted without service?
And does anybody know whether or not that is the case, if this person is employed someplace else in a Kansas school? Does anybody know?
During the deliberations, we did not have an opportunity to ask that question.
Okay. That's all.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I would say the only facts that you have available to you are the ones that were presented in that initial order. and that is almost always intentional. So whatever was in that proposed initial order, those are the facts that the parties agreed. That's what you should be privy to.
So part of the concern here, for me, if not anybody else, is that there is a statute in place that speaks directly to this. So that, to me, is the conundrum we're in. Dennis, you have a question?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, if this person goes to another state, will this follow them?
So any order by the state board, if there is some level of discipline imposed, that not only is it within our system, but that gets reported to the National Clearinghouse so that any state that participates in the clearinghouse and checks, which is all of them, they would know what level of discipline was imposed by the state board.
Okay.
So yes.
Would censure carry the same?
No.
No.
I don't think so.
That would maybe be lost in the system?
If another state were to get a hit from NASDAQ indicating this individual's license had been censored by the state board, or suspended, or revoked, or whatever the discipline is you imposed, they would receive that information. Now, how they handle that, and whether or not they allow that to stop that person from being licensed in their state, that's on a state-by-state basis.
Yeah. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also read through this, and I think that there was some argument over who breached the contract first, because I know her complaint was that she was misassigned work that she had not contracted for. At least that was her perspective in her notice of complaint and a right to a hearing. I would point out, and I know this is just an oversight, but she was not fully redacted. So I would ask that if we did not censure her, that we have the option not to censure her, and hope that they would be willing that her name being not redacted properly would be censure enough and be accepted as that, so that we could adopt. And I know we have speakers after me, so I won't, I'm not making a motion, but what I would be suggesting is that we adopt the findings of the Professional Practices Commission, sans any public censure, other than to accept what has already been inadvertently printed, and this was on the packet. So I just think that that would maybe be something that would be good for all, and an option that would help everybody involved, and let them keep their teacher, who is a high incidence teacher.
Melanie?
Mr. Gordon, I'm curious why the PPC didn't have counsel to tell them that they were making a decision that did not follow the law.
I can't speak to exactly what was said because I'm not part of the deliberations. The PPC did have counsel by way of the hearing officer. I think it's fair to say the hearing officer was very aware of the law. If Dr. Ziegler wants to talk about that conversation, deliberations, I would go out on a limb and assume that the PPC may have been so advised, but again, I wasn't in the room. So,
if
Dr.
you'd like
Ziegler,
for me to respond to that. Yeah, I can't speak to, in terms of our deliberations, our hearing officer does sit with us and does provide guidance, and that was not a point that was necessarily made to the PPC during deliberations that we would be going against a law. Sometimes there is guidance provided through different administrative components in the state that sometimes it leaves it up for interpretation, and so those conversations can happen, but there wasn't anything specific to the PPC that this would be outside the law.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up then. The thing that concerns me is the idea that this person may be teaching somewhere right now, and that if we take an action that then removes them from that position, that's not a good thing. How do we find out? Can we do that?
Madam Chair, for what it's worth, I'm just going to give you kind of an op-ed of the law. It doesn't matter. By statute, you are not authorized to enter into a teaching contract in another school district while you are still under contract with the original district. You just not supposed to do that. If a hiring school district hires someone away from if school district B hires a teacher away from school district A, knowing that they're still under contract with teacher A, that's on them. Now, there's always a question of whether or not, okay, we're going to hire this teacher or this candidate, and hopefully there won't be an issue against their license. We will try to help them the best we can, but, and I'm not saying that, I'm not addressing this specifically to this case, I'm just saying the law is, don't enter into a contract with another school district if you're already, like, that's the purpose of the contract, if you're already in contract and you're not released from it, from your originally hiring one. As far as how do you find out if someone is, sorry, again, I would say if this were my case, I would say no, you don't get to find out. This is what the facts are that are presented to you.
Thank you.
Darrell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gordon, I just have a point for clarification for me and then a question. So did I hear you say that she was not afforded due process?
I would not say that at all.
You didn't say that? Okay, all right.
No. She was represented by counsel. She did ask for a hearing, and her counsel negotiated with counsel for the school district that they came to this agreement. She was I believe, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that her attorney advised her. It's an attorney that does a lot of these cases. I don't recall if her name is actually, or if she signed the initial order or not, but her attorney obviously did. So no, I don't think that there's as far as the license goes, this is her due process.
Okay. Yeah. My question then is, do we know whether or not she paid liquidated damages to her initial district?
My understanding, and Dr. Ziegler can correct me on this, liquidated damages were not an option for her because she did not turn in her resignation, or she did not tell them she was leaving until after the window by which she could pay liquidated damages.
Okay, thank you.
As a reminder, if there is a complaint alleging a breach of contract and there is an opportunity for the educator to pay liquidated damages, that is the only remedy available, so the complaint would have been dismissed. If the hearing officer had determined, look, she quit in, and I'm making up days here, if she had resigned in the middle of July and the contract says in the middle of July you pay $1,000, you pay $1,500, they don't have the option to not accept that check. Right? Does that make sense?
What I think we're sitting at, from my point of view, is do we sit in the statute or do we go with the agreement that was made? We have Mr. Gordon telling us that in his 13 plus years here, censure has not been the answer.
Again, not as far as I can remember.
So the statute to me was pretty clear that a breach of contract is a suspension for the duration of that contract. So I think really regardless of whatever all else there is, that's the bottom line that we're sitting on. Debbie, did you have another comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the world of contracts, I have a little different understanding because it sounds like she's claiming they were in breach of contract. So that when she resigned, that's how I read through this. And the other thing I read through this is I never got the impression, or at least I don't remember reading, that she actually contracted with another school district. What I understood is that she simply resigned, and that it sounded like they worked out their differences because I guess they might not want to lose a teacher. So that's how I read what the evidence I read was that she did not go to another school district and that they had worked out their differences, but they had already started the process with us.
No, she's not working for the district.
Okay, so they were just like, okay, never mind, we don't care that you moved on. Why would they do that except for that they were acknowledging they breached the contract?
I don't understand.
Sorry, I don't think I understand the question, but I'm going to back up a little bit and say the same thing about the only evidence you've seen
right.
that's been admitted is that initial order, is the stipulated initial order. So there may have been arguments that either side could have made, but if they're not in that initial order, they didn't make them. She stipulated that she was in breach of contract. Done. Period. She gave up when someone signs, and again, I'm using this terminology for all of these cases, that when someone signs a stipulated initial order and they agree these are the only facts we're going to present to you, they are waiving any other argument they could make. Because someone may make an argument in their original pleading, and they may submit documents, just because someone submits a document up front, by the way, or as an example, that doesn't mean it's been admitted. That doesn't mean that it's usable evidence. So for whatever reason, those arguments essentially, my suggestion would be, again, rely on that initial order. There's a reason why the parties stipulate to those things. Because there wasn't a hearing on all this.
Yes.
So let's say the vote did go that she's going to lose her license. Is that private at that point, or is her name outed at that point?
Nothing about this is private, even if, keep in mind, there's nothing that requires, and if I missed the redactions, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to know if that matters.
No matter what, it becomes public as soon as this meeting's over.
Yes.
So yes, if regardless of what level of discipline, it becomes public record and it's published. If there's no discipline imposed at all, this conversation is public, and if anybody asked with an open record, actually I take that back. The Open Records Act was amended, so if the board finds that there was no misconduct, it's actually not a part of the public record. It doesn't have to be disclosed as a matter of public record.
Okay, so number 5 in the initial findings of fact order, it says that her voicemail said she was aware there would be consequences for breaching her contract. So she, as Mr. Gordon said, totally acknowledges that she did breach her contract. In the statute that is in law, a breach of contract is a suspension of license until the end of that contract. So whatever the length of the contract, which I believe is the end of this school year.
I think they're almost always till the end of.
Yeah, so June 30.
Yeah.
So question is, are we going to sit in the law, or are we going to do something different?
And Madam Chair, if I may kind of follow up.
Yes.
Ms. Potter, you asked the question, or you were suggesting just the fact that her name was published in this is enough to publicly tell the world this happened, but if the board doesn't issue an order of discipline, then it doesn't go in the clearinghouse. It doesn't get published by the agency. There's not notification sent to other school districts. You would just be ordering no discipline at all, and it wouldn't be public. That's why I was confused, but I didn't understand.
Right. I actually read it and then said, sans public censure other than accepting what has already been exposed. That to that level, there would be, I mean, she's publicly known. I mean, other school districts will know who this is now.
Assuming they look up and listen to this board meeting, they would know. I mean, that would be the only way they would know. Or if they looked on the website as well.
Betty?
I don't have the little hand on my thing.
Oh, okay.
If this teacher, if we do something, does that keep her from going into the private school system? I mean, not all private schools have teachers that hold a state license, right? So I guess if this information becomes public, then even the private schools will be able to pick up on it if they want to. I'm not saying they will.
If I understand the question correctly, Madam Chair, if you were to vote today to censure, I'm just saying because that's the PPC recommendation, again, everyone that receives information and notices, acknowledges, pays attention to orders of the state board when it comes to licensure, they would know about it, but ultimately they get to make their own hiring decisions.
Sure.
Frankly, the same is true even if the license gets suspended. Every school district makes their own hiring decisions. But to that end, I think you were asking me, if you suspend someone's license, can they still work in a non-accredited private school? And if that's your question, the answer is yes, they can still work in a non-accredited private school.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
May I ask a question? Okay. Just to be clear on the record, publication of a name is not discipline. It is not any kind of negative consequence on their license. It's only if a center is approved or if some other discipline is approved. So the premise of the question was if there's publication or some information. I just want to make sure that's clearly distinguished. It's only a censure or some other means of discipline.
Formal discipline.
And then were the parties given notice that this was going to be taken up today?
And I will acknowledge that the statute says we would provide notice, I think it's at least 15 days prior to notice. The parties knew this is going to have to be reviewed by the state board. The attorneys have been through this. I did email them all maybe a week and a few days, notice letting them know that this review was happening today. None of those emails bounced back. No one responded. They may have not been in the office because schools were closed for some time. But I did send notice of the review happening today.
And they knew going through the PPC was step one.
That's right.
This is step two.
Right. I feel secure saying that the attorneys on both sides, they are well aware of
the process. Okay. Melanie?
Madam Chair, I was going to run a potential motion past our attorney and see if I've got the language on this right. So a person may choose to move that the Kansas State Board of Education suspend for the remainder of the term for which such contract was made in the case of 25-PPC-38. Would that be adequate?
That tracks the language of the statute. Just as long as you say suspend the teacher's license for and then continue.
Suspend the teacher's license for. Okay. And I'm prepared to make that motion if that's the will of the board.
Okay. I don't see any other discussion. Go ahead.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education suspend the teacher's license for the remainder of the term for which such contract was made in the case of 25-PPC-38.
Do I have a second? Jim? Any other discussion? All in favor? We can't see Michelle. Yep, she's got her hand up. Okay.
8.
So is that how many?
8.
9?
Oh, 9.
Okay. Opposed? 1. Okay, so 9-1 vote. That is a suspension and the motion passed. Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
And I'll just give Mark the opportunity real quick. Is there anything else you think you need from the board as far as writing? Mark's going to write the final order on this, so.
No, I believe it. Got it covered. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any further questions on any of this?
Well, I want to make a comment that I became aware of in the midst of this and see if the board would be acceptable to our regulations aren't completely clear on this particular thing. They don't fully align with statute. So I'm wondering if we could direct our attorney or the KSDE attorney to clear that language up. Does that make sense? Rewrite the regulation to be more clear?
Right.
Am I making sense?
I think there may be an opportunity to make 9122(1)B crystal clear that allegations of suspension of a license are unique and that if this is the wish of the board, again, this will come to you later on, that the state board may suspend the license of a teacher as an outcome of
to align with
if someone is found, they use the term guilty, I don't like that phrase for this, but the statute says guilty of breach of contract. If it is the wish of the board, then we will work on revising that regulation to make it to where there's no wiggle room there. if that's the wish of the board.
So, any comments on that thought from anybody? Does that make sense? Can I have at least a general consensus? Are we all good with that? And then Mr. Gordon can bring back some language when he can get to that.
It
Okay.
may be a couple of months, but I'll bring you some proposed language
Okay,
and
sounds
see what
good.
you think.
Thank
Yes, ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
And thank you, Dr. Ziegler, for jumping on.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate your time at the PPC completely. Please know that that's real, no matter what the outcome was. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to express my gratitude just for the comments about clarifying regulations. I think that would be extremely helpful to the PPC as well for future cases. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up with the action on the medical applied behavioral analysis therapy in school settings guidance with Mr. Dempsey before us. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner. I'm Brian Dempsey. I'm an Assistant Director on the Special Education and Title Services team. This item was received by the board last month for information, and I think we're back this month for action. And if there are any questions, just high level, just a reminder that the general guidance is issued to the districts or to the state, and it does not confer any additional responsibility on districts. It doesn't confer any additional rights on the parents. It just clarifies under the ADA and 504 that we do not enforce, that districts must consider individually requests of ABA therapy. The other federal law, the educational law, is the IDEA, which we do enforce, and so that complaint would come through us. For ADA and 504, we would send that to OCR or ask the parent that they go to OCR, or they have other remedies as well, but we don't enforce those.
Okay.
With
Betty?
that, I would stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Betty?
Actually, I don't have a question. I do have a comment. This was an issue that my phone was dinging all through the day and night. I received a lot of letters in support of this from constituents. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank those people that did weigh in and share their position with me. That's one of the ways that we know we're reflecting the desires of our constituents. So just a shout out to thank those people for getting in contact with me.
Thank you. Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same thing happened to me. I think this stirred up more interest across the board and through all different kinds of people that are affected by it. I'm just going to make this comment because the one thing that I'm going to vote for the amendment because I think we need to stick with the law and we need to back districts for doing this, and parents and children need this help. But I'm a little concerned about the reevaluation time stretched out to 6 months. That's really outside the boundaries of other medical therapies. Most of the time it's 2 to 4 weeks. And just because there can be fraud in how billing happens and whatever, this is terribly expensive. And therapy is expensive. I mean, I know in the medical world that's one of the highest costs when someone is recovering from something. But I'm concerned that this isn't at least 30 to 60 day window, because it just makes sense that you would come back, as a professional and report any improvement, and then that's how you move on and move forward. 6 months is a long time. It really is.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would effectively be an explanation of my vote. I don't have a question. That's okay.
Absolutely.
I too received a lot of email. I also met with a couple of therapy providers over Zoom And among the many questions that I asked, one of them was, people are going to say that this is before us because you're trying to make money. And I was kind of almost laughed off the Zoom call. They said, at most, a therapist is going to bill at around $25 an hour. And so we kind of walked through how that money then gets broken down. And it was pretty clear to me very quickly that this is not a huge profit center for them. And so that was a little bit reassuring. But the thing that I really want to talk about is that the parent that came and stood before us in public comment last month, or Citizens Open Forum, and asked us to take this action was specifically requesting a letter like the one from another state, which is exactly what I believe we have in front of us. And someone made the comment this morning that no one's accusing districts of not following the law, but that is in fact part of what I'm hearing, is that some districts are potentially not following the law. And so I think it's important for us as a board to take this action, sign off on the letter and provide that, because I think that guidance is really necessary to remind districts, just remind all of our districts that it is incumbent on them that they must follow the law. That's all. Thank you.
And like it says, it's a case-by-case basis. I mean, to me, that's the bottom line in it all, is like just ensuring that we're looking at things as we do with all things with our students, case by case. Jim?
I'm ready to make a motion, but if Merle has a comment, I defer.
Okay, Burl, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jim. I just wanted to share that I, too, got a lot of these emails, and I had taken it on myself after our last board meeting to just really try to do my own research. I think this is this is an area that we are exploring. There are facts that seem extremely valid on both sides. I think that there can be a meeting of the minds, but right now I don't know that we even have enough information to be able to make a decision that would be a permanent one. I hope that because of the language of this, and we're providing guidance, that we're also open to making adjustments as needed. I feel the parents and the young man who shared with us this morning the needs of his son, and so many others, but then also from the school side, I understand what it means to have people who want to come in and help, but they're not licensed. They could cause an issue in a classroom unintentionally. Who's going to stand in that place of responsibility? Is it the certified classroom teacher who's in control of that room? Is it the person who's coming in to offer these special services? We have OT, we have PT, we have speech language pathologists, we have pull-out programs. How would that be similar to those that are established, and how would it be different? So I'm just saying my vote today, I'm still conflicted. I'm still trying to figure out what's best for the child and what the best setting is for this type of support, which is so important, so needed. What's the best setting for that to occur? Is it in a public school? Is it in a classroom? Is it in a private office? So, I'm still working through it. I've never said President not voting, because I'm going to stand on something. But I'm just hoping that, whatever decision is made today by the majority, that we're leaving ourselves open to the opportunity to review and then come back and say, okay, that's not quite working like we hoped it would. What should our next step be? So just wanted to register that.
Okay, and again, this memo, this letter is truly to guide what the law already says. So, Mr. Dempsey, does this memo mean that the districts must allow ABA therapy?
No.
Does it mean that we're adding or subtracting from anybody's rights, district side or parental?
No.
No. Because we're simply trying to elevate's not even the right word, just recognize what the law says and help districts understand that blanket policies would literally be against the law. So we want everybody to be operating on a case-by-case basis with each individual student if this is asked. I don't know the number of students we're talking about. Sometimes it feels like it's like so much because we get bombarded with so much information, but do you know what the percentage of students this affects across the state? Do we have a number?
I do not for the specific therapy. So if you think in general terms of 500,000 students in the system, about 80,000 are students with disabilities. These services are probably for the nonverbal behavior, significant behavior issues, and it's going to be a smaller percentage. Autism is the highest prevalence rate for us. It would catch probably some OHI, some emotional disturbance disabilities as well, but those are lower percentages. I don't have numbers on what those percentages are. Pretty small.
And as you stated, I think in your opening, like we're speaking to ADA and 504 because we already know IDEA covers the situation.
It does. So
am
the
I saying that
teams-
right?
Yeah. So it's not that teams don't review what behavior interventions are. Remember, that's what ABA is about, behavior interventions, and the IEP teams do review that and put in place positive behavior interventions to make sure that there's that the student is in the right environment for them and they're not disruptive to others, or if they are, what would that environment look like with positive behavior interventions and then working back.
Because I guess I just want to point out, we're not here to say whether ABA is good or bad or should or shouldn't happen, is the right thing or the wrong thing for students. We're here to say this is what the law says, and we just want to ensure that districts and parents understand what that is. We're just trying to give some guidance on what the law already says to make it as clear. Because I actually tried to read the law. Yeah, I'm going to leave that to the attorneys, and we've had several here looking at that, special ed directors. So that's all we're trying to do. We're literally not trying to say anything about ABA therapy one way or the other at all. Debbie, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I followed up with Mr. Steinmetz, who is a parent who brought this to our attention originally, and what I heard him to be sharing was his frustration that he was basically falling on deaf ears for his decisions on the kind of care he wanted his child to have. And so I also talked to Mr. Burgess, and I told them I read through the guidelines, I read through everything that was provided to us, and I said, I don't think this is going to change a thing for you in my way of reading it. And I said, you need to read it for yourself. But under Section 2, it clarifies the implementation via subsection A and B. And as we talked about taking subsection A and B and making it its own section so that Section 2 can stand on its own. And that might help bolster the parents' rights in having a voice in the therapies that their children get and try to give them a better, stronger voice. As it is, I think I also got a lot of emails, positive. I promised them my vote. I'm doing it basically against my will because I don't think they're going to get out of this what they think they're going to get. And I think we're giving a lot of parents and a lot of ABA therapists a lot of false hope.
Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may have, Mr. Gordon may, so if I understand the law, if the therapist, they come to school and they said, our kid needs help in school, then the school checks it out, and 6 months is way too long. And if the school says, okay, it's okay, that's great. If they say it's not, then the parent or the guardian or whoever can file with the Office of Civil Rights. Is that right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's the law. It's real simple, isn't it? But, okay, so do we let the kids that are just regular class kids know that there's going to be a medical person in the room if they get the okay from the school district to be in there?
I would assume that's a local decision. What would you say? Yeah.
Most of the districts that allow it now have MOUs and criteria to allow an ABA therapist. So it does happen in some of the districts across the state. and they create the scenario so that there's an awareness. So they address liability concerns, yes, the emergency safety intervention concerns, the concerns and safety of other students and staff and the providers. And I think, Mr. Zach, getting to your question, that's what the district tries to do if they're going to allow it, is address that up front so they don't run into that if it is allowed and if it's best for that student.
Michelle, so you know I do see you, so it'll be Betty and then you. Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did want to follow up because I talked to the districts within my area, and initially they had registered great concern with this passing. And once I got an opportunity to review that, what I discovered, it was the what ifs that was terrifying the districts, a lot of the people that were against us. What if? And I was reminded that that is not the position, or that is not what we are actually looking at. And I did explain to those districts that it is saying, number one, follow the law. If you're following the law, then we're not telling you anything new. If you're not, then we are. The other thing is, because of what is involved, it is on an individual basis. Kids are looked at individually.
Yes.
What this child may need, another may not. You can't just say all of them need the same thing. That's what the concern is. It's not a blanket treatment. And so when I reminded districts that they're saying, do what you do. Evaluate their child on an individual basis. Allow them what they need to be successful. And when put in that perspective, and I do have to thank the commissioner for spending a bit of time as we discuss that back and forth to help me gain clarity, you find out we're really wanting the same thing, which is what's good for students. They're not saying just allow every therapist in the state in the classroom. That's not what they're asking. They say, if this is what my child needs, which is what the districts are looking at, their child. So if you eliminate the what ifs and just look at it on face value, it ends up being probably a lot more easier to digest. And I should have said that a while ago, and I forgot, but thank you.
Okay. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with Betty, what Betty just said, as far as like each kid, we need to make sure that we're, there's a uniqueness in every child, and some children may need this therapy. Again, I don't see in a lot of the letters, and I did receive another letter, I think it was at 7:43, kind of a follow-up from one gentleman to kind of change and make it even a fourth. I don't know if everybody got that. I got that, and it was highlighted in bold yellow to change even A and B and make it down into a number 4. But I, again, do not see any provision for the parents of kids in classroom with another child who may be prescribed ABA therapy. I'm kind of reading my notes to be notified of this therapy plan occurring in their kid's classroom and providing an active opportunity to elect for their child not to be in that classroom. So I'm not seeing any of that language anywhere for non-therapy kids that are not needing the therapy. So if we're talking about all kids, it may be good for some, maybe not be good for some. We have to afford those parents the opportunity to understand that outside person is coming in, and it could be for any reason. It could be a therapist. It could be somebody coming in and talking about mental health to a classroom. Every parent should be afforded that opportunity. If it's not a teacher on record in the classroom and it's somebody else coming in that's not hired by the school district, that they're not aware of who that person is, that needs to be. I don't see that language anywhere. And then B, included in the document, has been presented to the board of all this ABA therapy has been recommended by child health care providers. So I go back up to my other thing. What is the definition of a qualified healthcare provider, and is there any person in or associated with the school who could meet that definition? So, Mr. Dempsey, could you answer that question? Maybe is there anybody in the school that would be associated with a school who can meet that definition?
I don't know what the definition would be or who in the school. Their schools would have nurses on staff that might be able to address that, but I don't think this is different than receiving other medical-related requests that districts do receive. And I do want to touch on the confidentiality. I do hear Mr. Zek and Ms. Dombrowski's concerns about confidentiality, but again, it goes back to entering the school. Any vendor that goes into the school is going to have to comply with that as well. But I don't have an answer today, but I can follow up with that on your other question.
Okay. On the classroom, and as far as, again, people being notified or other parents being notified, it's not in this letter because it's not in the law, but it's something that school districts, I agree with you. I think school districts should definitely be having those conversations. I also had a Zoom call with some therapists, and I mean, they really talked about how there is so much para support, that you have paras in classrooms. And I get there's that difference between an employee of the school or not, but I doubt that most parents know or are told if a child has a para that is with them for different reasons, which some can be behavioral. So but I know it's not in this letter, this memo, because it's not in the law. Is it a good idea? Absolutely. And we can certainly encourage local school districts to be mindful of every parent in those processes. My 2 cents again. Jim.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the proposed guidance for applied behavioral analysis as presented.
Do I have a second? Betty? Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? I think you got 9. Beryl, did Beryl? Nope, I think Beryl didn't. 8. Okay. And opposed? Okay, 8-2. And that passes. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and energy, you, Mr. Gordon, on this.
What's next?
Okay, where are we? Okay, up next on our agenda is another rousing performance. Just kidding. Dr. Jake Steele is going to give us a presentation on AI in education.
We don't really know if it's Jake or AI. AI Jake, so.
But I see what you did there. You're like, hey, we have something great, some arousing performance. And they're like, whoa, wait, actually it's Jake. Sorry, Red Wednesdays. I have to start. I know we're time sensitive, so I'll get into it quick, but I have to share. A student from Shawnee Heights shared a joke with me. I feel it's appropriate to come into this. So Matthew Hansen said, what is the difference between a well-dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? A tire. Thought we'd just have one of those silly jokes brought to you in part by a Kansas student to get
awesome.
into. I think it was made or said without AI. We're hoping. So you're welcome. You can take that one to the bank.
That was good.
So we are continuing our learning series on artificial intelligence. Sorry, I think I got to click. Okay, and okay. So part of our learning series with artificial intelligence, just to continue to recap why we're here and what we're doing. Learning about AI helps us understand and make better decisions about artificial intelligence. We are talking about keeping the main thing, and my understanding is the State Board of Education has identified that main thing as leading the world in the success of each student. We've also identified what success is. It is through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. And I value this because every time we're bringing on something new or something difficult, it helps center our work on how we address it. I've asked you to take on and put on all of these different hats from doomsday to all in, and we'll continue to ask yourselves to take on different perspectives as we look into this kind of new world for us. We've talked about the the state board's influence. What is their direct, indirect, and places where they do not have responsibility, and then talking about how does that pertain specifically to what we're talking about. I think a lot of the issues we talk about are probably not in this board's responsibility bucket. However, there are things that you are responsible for that can greatly influence the areas we are concerned about, and we will continue to talk about that. We also, I'm going to change, we had a really beautiful quote last time, but I will say, we all have friends in one of these two buckets. Friends that think endless peril and the times are ending because of AI and they cannot see any other way. And I think we all know someone who thinks the world will change and we should quit our jobs today because it's going to be all rainbows and butterflies because of AI. What we're doing here is we are trying to be pragmatic about how do we use tools to benefit students, and when can artificial intelligence and the tools empowered by that help our students to learn better? So we will continue to drive that road. So where have we been? We talked about the 4 principles. Instruction first. We need to use purpose-built school tools. The framework matters on how we bring this stuff on, and reminded all of us and talked about what is AI. At its core, it is a pattern recognition system. We have talked about the personalization and privacy of these things, and when you do not purchase them, you are giving up some of that privacy and allowing that information to go online. We have talked about public perception. We looked at Gen Z and how they feel about artificial intelligence. And, sorry, I built that one poorly. I gave 3 warnings last time around chatbots, not around tutors, but around these social chatbots that students are using. We talked about the unintended consequences of anthropomorphizing, or allowing ourselves to see AI as something that can feel and be seen and known and not a technical piece of equipment. And this last one, we really talked about how perhaps the companies out there are not our moral compass, and that they are doing best for the bottom dollar and to grow their companies, not what is best for our students. And we used an example of one of the groups who is perpetuating adults being adults when we have research that says that is not the best approach. Lastly, last time we talked about AI literacy frameworks. So we talked about what is AI literacy, and the frameworks such as digital citizenship, media literacy, data literacy, computational thinking, and elements we could ask and are asking our students to engage in, and by engaging in that information and learning in that areas, they become wise consumers. I am going really fast, I apologize. What we're talking about now, I told you I would come back and we would talk about how do schools vet AI. So a non-expert, always like to say that because there's always someone who's trolling you, right? Like, oh, if they only knew. So as a non-expert, to help you, and I'm seeing you all as generalists, even though I recognize many of you have very specific expertise in some of these areas, I am saying if you go around the country and you start conversations about AI, it will fall into these buckets, okay? Someone will be talking about, or I should say should be talking about, data privacy, accessibility, security, transparency, human oversight, and training. You're not surprised. These are not new terms. These came on they've been around forever, but the one-to-one device world did grab these eventually. And one of the things we can do better with artificial intelligence than we did with bringing on one-to-one devices is we can have more oversight on the front end rather than the back end. So what have we learned from that one-to-one initiative? We'll talk about these today, and I will move quickly because you have important things later today, and I'm not going to get in the way of that. So let's talk about data privacy. When we're talking about data privacy, what are we talking about? I would argue that data privacy is the foundational element for responsible AI adoption. And when I hear a lot of concerns, it's coming back to data privacy. All AI systems used within schools must comply with all applicable laws and regulations, including related to data privacy protections and online safety. I say that because I think sometimes when we have new things, we talk about new tools, we sometimes forget that we actually have a framework by which these come on. Data privacy matters, and when we're using these tools, we need to ask how are they meeting the data privacy standards that are already in place. Now, there will be new areas of concern or new frontiers with AI, and we can address those, but that AI framework remains in force. Sorry, the data privacy framework remains in force. What are some of those data privacy laws? The Kansas Student Data Privacy Act, the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, Children Online Privacy and Protection Act, Children's Internet Protection Act, and Child Online Protection Act. A couple concerns I have here is if a really excited AI enthusiast said, you know what, I'm going to do this. So they go on to FERPA, as many of you know FERPA well and when it was actually created and re-regged. If you go Control F and say AI, it will say nothing on artificial intelligence. So you may say to yourself, we are in the clear. It is not speaking of that, right? What we're trying to do is remind people that this is a tool and it has to go through the framework that's already established. So it is not as simple of, did the Online Child Protection Act talk about AI? No, it is what is within the Online Protection Act and how does it apply to the tool that I will be using today. The other thing that I want to give, it's one of my soapboxes. When you meet with ed tech providers and others, let's assume a positive intent. But oftentimes you'll see this little seal and it'll say like FERPA certified or CAPA certified. That is not real. The U.S. Department of Education does not certify that way, right? You don't apply to them and they give you a stamp. Again, assuming positive intent, what they're trying to tell you is that if you review everything, they would be in compliance there. So I would be very leery of any seals that we see that claim that it is meeting the standards. More importantly, it would be appropriate to say, I see that you say that this is FERPA certified. Let's talk about the requirements within FERPA and so that we can align that ourselves. So I do believe they mean positive intent, but I think it's a little bit of an oversell if you believe that someone can stamp something and all is safe and well there. So I'm going to give a few best practices on data privacy. This will be the thickest area, and then we'll continue along in some of the other areas. So first and foremost, require disclosure of data practices. What is important? We need to know when we're using these tools, what is being collected, for what purpose, how long will it be kept, and who is it being shared with. And one of the things that the commissioner always says, and when you sell your company, what then happens to all of those agreements that we had, right? So that is a very important thing for people to know when asking these tools. Immediately ask that. The second thing that we need to look at is consent and notification requirements. So first and foremost with consent. If it is required to get consent, you have to get consent, right? I don't want to get sideways with Scott or anyone else. Consent matters. There is a space if you're not in the student record that it is an informal way of using it. So maybe I don't need direct consent. But it is always a best practice to let your stakeholders know when you are officially using it. And we will talk a little bit more about that later. But I've seen some really good things lately where districts or others are coming forward and say, this is when we're using AI, so that we are aware and we can ask more questions. And then the third area is protect personal and sensitive information. I'm going to take this from an old boss of mine. I think we've all heard it in our old stories, but my first job out of college, I was on a presidential campaign. He looked at me and said, if you do not want what you say on the cover of the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or pick any other publication, don't say it. And I would argue if you are putting anything into an AI chatbot or anything else and you don't want that public, don't put it in there. And that includes prompts or student information. We should always assume that the information we're putting in there could or will be public.
Jay, could you maybe you'll do this a little later on, so just go forward. What about, I'm just doing a Google search and asking Google something, and now Google generates an AI. Can you just address, that's an open source, that's done thousands of times a day by staff doing lots of things. How does that play into data privacy and AI?
Sorry, I got sick a while ago. It won't leave me alone. When you are doing a Google search, let's see if I can hit this right, Commissioner. A normal Google search, I think, is a very safe thing to do. Is a logical thing to do, right? Whether on Google or an AI bot, if you're asking a question about, can you give me information about George Orwell and the novels that he wrote, right? That is much different than beginning to ask personally identifiable information in there. Or when you start to ask about or put in, regardless of it is in today's web browsers or in a specific application, AI is being used, right? So you may think, well, I'm just now putting this into Google. It's not an AI built thing. I think the key here in the data privacy space is if you are connecting with the internet now, you are connecting in some form with artificial intelligence. And it's not the artificial intelligence that is the problem. It's the collection of data and information and storage and all of those other pieces. So we should be treating those Google searches and those specific apps the same, unless we have data sharing agreements and other written forms that let us know how and what they're being used. Commissioner, is there anything else you'd like to say on that? Or how would you like to say that differently?
So I'm a third grade teacher. I'm at home and I simply say to Google or a chat, or specifically to a chat bot, I have a student that's really struggling in reading. Can you give me some examples of how to help on that? How's that data tracked? How's an IP? So is an IP of that computer tracked? Does Google know that I'm a third grade teacher at Shawnee Heights because I've just disclosed I'm a third grade teacher and my IP address is just notified where I'm? Yeah. I'm asking those questions because obviously I didn't disclose a specific how much data is being gleaned by that search. Because I think that's the nuance that we could get into.
I will answer this through a friend's response to me. I don't know the direct answer of how long it's tracked. So when you interface a lot of times with one of these chat bots, the interface is so that it connects personally with you. Its goal is to get to know you and give you information as you want it. How that information is then uploaded and used to retrain the model, I've heard different things on it. But I have heard Kansan say recently, man, these bots are getting smarter. They're starting to recognize what we're doing here in Kansas. And I love that response. But really what they're getting smarter about is knowing that that's what you keep talking about. So sometimes when I put a prompt in, it's starting to recognize what I do for a living. It's starting to recognize who I report to and how I give things, because it will ask things like, do you want this presentation to a board? Right? Because it's able to use other past prompts when I said, hey, I'm talking to the board, right? It has the ability to connect information there. And so, yes, you could have a trail of information where in one prompt you said, hey, I'm a teacher, and another prompt you say, I'm in Kansas, and another, yes, it can collect information and start putting pieces together.
It's the same, which we've all done. I need to buy a stepladder today. Find me stepladders in the greater Topeka area. I need a 6-foot stepladder. Now for the next 30 days, all you get are ads everywhere you go about stepladders, right? Obviously it's
that's right.
That data's, and so if you're not using a paid for, you're using a free service, what is the risk there?
That's right. And so, again, part of what the commissioner is saying is, and we looked at this in the past, a paid service can say, hey, do you want to turn off this feature? To which I'm saying, yes, I do, actually. I don't want you to start putting parameters around those things. So paid services, and you will notice, I think there are best practices, and we are starting to see others align themselves to that. And not everyone is vague and we can't understand this. I think there's some really good companies out there that are trying to make things known. In data privacy best practices, I'll get two main things that I think I want to give away. I'm hitting multiple things again and again and again, hopefully. AI needs to fit into the existing privacy frameworks. If there's the one thing I could say is let's evaluate it through what is already out there. And if there are issues, let's handle them kind of one-off as we look at new and increased risks. And then the last piece when it comes to data privacy, I continue to believe the best thing we can do for Kansas students is not to run from this, but to teach them about this, right? Knowledge is the greatest power we can give them. The more a student understands how AI systems and algorithms are used and work, the more they start to realize, why is it talking about this? It's because I've been talking about this, and you start to be able to piece logical frames together. All right. The next area I want to talk about is accessibility. Accessibility is a really big, in my opinion, nebulous word, and I think sometimes it gets thrown around in spaces where we're all just kind of left like, we know what accessibility means, but how does it fit here? I would say, generally speaking, with accessibility, everything that I'm saying here is in the ed tech space. This is not specific to artificial intelligence. But when we're looking at accessibility, we're looking at universal access. Or if we are bringing on this thing to our school, what is the available use to all students, to all educators, regardless of their background, disability, or social economic status, right? So when we're bringing things on, we are asking ourselves, can everyone use this and how do they use it? The second thing that got really big, and you guys probably remembered this in the COVID era, is the digital connectivity gap. Now, I understand that we have plenty today that are trying to cut that digital connectivity gap and not be connected to this world anymore, but we're talking about the last mile, or do students have access to these tools, right? So the connectivity you have in Johnson County is different than you have in Sharon Springs, perhaps, or fill in the blank small area in rural Kansas. And so sometimes what we're seeing is we're seeing class assignments or other things brought on with these tools, but then you can't use them when you're home because you can't access the internet. And so you really start to fall in the haves and the have-nots of these tools because not everyone has the same access. So when we're looking at accessibility, we are actually looking at, if we want these used, when do we want them used, how do we want them used, and for how long? The other idea, same thing, is aligned to universal design for learning. So the principles of universal design for learning is, can I design something inherently that is available for all learners? That's diverse learners, including multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and unique learning profiles. And we can build it on the front end so we meet the needs of those students rather than doing this test model where we say, well, we're going to help these kids for now, and one day we hope to bring you all along. Right? An accessibility conversation is, do the tools we're using work for all students, regardless of their abilities or disabilities? The fourth thing on the list, personalization and assistive learning. I will say, I think this was the holy grail of the one-to-one movement. I think they missed it. I think if you can look as, maybe I shouldn't say missed it, we're not there yet. I think there's a new group that's saying, actually, with these tutors and other things, this may actually work. And so you're looking at, can this and how does accessibility give personalization assistance for each student? This is an area that I'm interested in keeping my eye on, is can we, right? Like we always talk about changing the model. Is this more access to teaching and learning through artificial intelligence? And then lastly, building the infrastructure for sustainability. Accessibility and sustainability is not, is there a device and did you buy a product? It is much bigger. It's about your ability to have availability to staff and students and using professional development. So a lot of the sustainability is building that on the front end. What do we want this tool to do? Who is this for? And how do we make sure we have the capabilities in the future so that we all have access? Security. Oftentimes when we're talking about security, we talk about data privacy and security in the same sentence. Let's see if I can, as a non-expert, give you my best example of what I think security is here. Forgive all those who are experts in this space. So when I think about data privacy, I think about should we collect the information and how should it be used? That's what I would say data privacy is. Then security would be like, well, once we collected it, then what do we do with it? And so when I think of security, it's the second part. Okay, we decided we're going to collect, so how are we going to use this? And security involves the technical protocols, the cybersecurity, preventions, and the infrastructure necessary to keep everything safe, right? This is the very technical space, and my best opinions right now and everything I'm seeing through all of these state plans is security, like data privacy, should fit into the existing framework. And then once it's in the framework, we will look at the new and increased risks in certain areas, but these things are held true to both groups. Let's go next to transparency. This feels a little bit duplicative, but we're talking in transparency. Let's take kind of two buckets here in transparency. So the first one is disclosure to our stakeholders. Are we transparent about what we're doing and how we're doing it? And when you look across, so one of the research we did for this is we're just looking at what is all the guidance that states have done and what are they saying around transparency. And one of the things is they say for official things such as assessments and other areas, we want to make sure we're letting people know were questions generated using AI, right? But for non-official things, that is kind of a teacher's discretion. But when we do things officially as a state, and if we're using AI, we should disclose to our stakeholders when and how that is being used so that they know how education is being influenced by that. The next bucket is transparency and explainability of the AI system. So this is more about the system. If you remember, like really early on when we got ChatGPT, everyone was like, so how did it come up with an answer? And everyone was like, we don't know. And it's like, well, that's problematic, right? And so when you're looking at the transparency and explainability, you're looking at, can we explain when we generate information, how it's coming out, right? So when we ask it to cite our sources, then it is citing sources, and we can always have a reference to everything we're getting at it. So again, transparency with our stakeholders, also transparency in when it goes into the machine and jumbles it up on the back end, do we know what information did you use to come up with that? What data did you use to figure that thing out? That is all of the pieces of the pie that will come together to make sure we're doing what we need to do. And then disclosure practices for formal opt-outs. In looking at this, so Kentucky had this very specific. They had formal instructional material. They had for formal instructional materials, for their assessments and publications, they cited every time AI was being used. So they were very upfront about, we want to disclose again when this is happening so that you know and you can see the information and how and where it's coming from. So I thought that was a very forward way of saying we're not going to run from AI, we're also going to tell you when we're using AI. Human oversight. So when it comes to human oversight, I think one of the things we're looking at is one of the fears is this whole replacement theory with artificial intelligence, and this is not a replacement theory. Human oversight is the collaboration theory, and are we ensuring that we, the educators, or we, the people, are over all of these things? And so we're asking in this process what human oversight was, if we're creating assessments, if we're doing this work, what role did the human play? So all of these principles are centered around that. The first one is for the AI outputs, were they reviewed, verified, and approved by humans? You would never suggest that we're sending any information to parents that information wasn't reviewed and overlooked, right? But sometimes, admittedly, it's this shortcut theory. Well, that was quick, let's move on. The human-centered design is the idea is AI should support human needs, judgments, and well-beings. It should not replace them. So at the center, there is still work for us to do as educators as we have the human-centered design. When we're looking at human-in-the-loop operations, we're looking at what remains as the human's part, or when was the human the decision maker in all of this? Because that's what's key, is that we need to be in the loop and make sure that we are in control there. And lastly, when we're looking at this, we're looking at the monitoring and evaluation. We monitor it for access, for their accuracy, their fairness, their privacy, and for unintended consequences. And I imagine if you've been playing with this at all and you're monitoring, you are already starting to see when we have errors here. And so when it comes to human oversight, we have to do everything we can to say, how is the human involved in this process? How will they continue to be involved in this process? And then lastly, what are we monitoring and how are we evaluating to make sure our systems are getting better? When you hear people talk about training, they are talking about educators being trained, right? Are we teaching our educators how to use it, and what is the expectation on the educator to be taught? We're also talking about the transparency and bias that is inherent in the training models. For example, if I use all of my training data came from an anti-war group, and I start asking things on military and war, you can imagine that is not hard to believe what kind of answers I'm going to get back, right? we would not be surprised that there's bias. Whether you like the bias or not, it is strong in the bias. So where the data is coming from is dependent upon where the bias is coming from. And I've heard people say all data is bias because it matters where you're getting that information from. And so again, the transparency into where is the data coming from helps us better understand bias is always there. It's being aware of them that helps us understand what to do. And so when it comes to training, the transparency of knowing where that is, and then again, we've talked about it, but continuing to build the ecosystem where teachers can have the training and the students have the training they need to know this would be really important. All right, we are way over time. So next step. So next month, we're going to talk a lot about education technology. And one of the things that's going to happen next month is we are going to have some KU researchers, or at least one of the researchers from the Center of Innovation Design and Digital Learning come in and talk about a report that they did. So independent of what I do with you all, I've had people throughout the country ping me and be like, hey, KU did this AI thing. Are you aware of this? And I think it's really important that when we have people in our own backyard doing work, to invite them to share what they're doing. And so they will come in, and we want them to talk about, they created a framework in bringing on pre-K 20 AI among our systems. Now, you may be in the space where like, I don't really like that pre-K 20 spot. Yeah, I don't know what it means yet, but I'm excited to hear when they talk about responsible implementation, what do they mean? Their framework, interestingly enough, will fall in the same areas that we're talking about. They have 4 major areas. They will talk about establishing a stable, human-centered foundation. They will talk about the implementing future-focused strategic plans for AI integration. They will talk about AI educational opportunities for every student. And lastly, they will talk about the need to conduct ongoing evaluation, professional learning, and community development. I'm excited to have them come and share what they're doing and give us more insight for what does sustainability and what does implementation look like. So that was a really, really quick crash course on, when talking about AI, what are some categories that should be coming up and we should have conversations about. I stand for any questions if you have them or comments.
Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you so much for this kind of information. And it was really interesting. I had a very lengthy conversation with Derby's Director of Technology. And my question to him was, typically it's the kid that fears the monster in the basement. But when it comes to AI or technology, it's the adults and the parents that are fearing the monster in the basement and trying to keep their children safe from the monster or their students. And the thing that really kind of concerns me, because I hear so much the direction of we need to get rid of technology, knowing that it's not going anywhere. It's here. So my question to him, and hopefully to follow up with you, is perhaps directions that the monster in the basement is minimized. Typically you tell your kid, face your fear, go down there. But in this situation, adults are just perhaps a little more conservative with taking that approach. That's a huge concern for me, because people that are entrenched in technology are telling their kids, you can control this. It doesn't control you. And it teaches, and they're teaching them how to use this responsibly, how those issues that are creating the monster in the basement really can be minimized if you look at it from the standpoint of human oversight. It's nothing to be afraid of. And as long as that fear is there, I'm not sure what kind of progress that can be made. So a concern for me is not that well, maybe that we do understand it, but how do we help those individuals that, feel like this is going to turn their kids into zombies, understand that there is an approach, there's a way of teaching this. And I'd love it if you could perhaps bring back some suggestions or feedback on that area, because when I have the conversation, that's really huge.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Steele.
Thank you.
Look forward to next month where we'll be talking lots of technology things.
Likewise. Thank you.
Could you bring a better joke?
No, I liked his joke.
Yes, I can.
Okay. We need to go into executive session, so Danny will read the motion. Do we need to build in a 5-minute break before executive session?
You're going to have to take a break to get everybody out. So,
Well, we have to take a break anyway. You're right. Okay.
so who's going to be there?
It's not on there. It's going to be Dr. Hess and Wendy. I don't know Wendy's last name.
Frank Henderson. Frank Henderson.
With HYA. Make sure you say that.
Wendy Fritz.
Fritz.
She knows she's going to be in it.
Yeah.
Is she coming? I'll go get her.
And Dr. Hess. I know we're pushing out, but yes.
I'd start at 5:05. John.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't take off yet. Hang on.
5:05. Start at 5:05. 5:05.
Yeah.
And then for how long?
20.
20.
No action.
As long as we, yeah. We just need to start
Yeah.
over there by 5 till 6. Are we ready for a motion?
Yes. Go for it.
I move that the board go into.
Put your mic on, please, and
Oh, okay.
we can hear you. Thank you.
I move the board go into executive session for the following purposes. 1, to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the individuals to be discussed. And or number 2, to consult with an attorney which would be deemed privileged in an attorney-client relationship in order to protect the privilege and the board's communication with its attorney on legal matters. The executive session will no longer than 20 minutes, and no action will be taken during this executive session. The following persons are invited to join the executive session: Frank Henderson, Wendy Fritz, and John Hess. And the start time will be 5:05, and the end time is 5:25.
Or Emma.
I think we're adding in Mark.
Mark Ferguson.
And Mark Ferguson, I'm sorry.
Okay. Second from Melanie. All in favor? And I don't know.
5:05.
How are we, I think we got a 10 of it, but are we going to be able to have Michelle? Well, how's she going to hear us? Oh, okay. Michelle, maybe we could put you on audio and through a phone, put you on speaker. Would that be okay? Okay. Somebody will call you shortly. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
They don't think about that now. So I told Mark and
Okay.
Kathy that I would recommend that maybe you
Okay, we are back from executive session. There is no action that we are taking, so we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.
And don't forget to be at 7:45 upstairs.